We are we live? Yeah, we're live. Chewing some gum. I'm one of those guys that buys all the weird stuff online, so I bought a couple months of this Larinico remineralizing gum, which is supposedly sugar free and gives you stronger teeth and everything like that. So we'll see. It tastes like mint, and I like that. So take me to a higher place. Take me to. If you can hurt me, let me understand your plan. Tennessee, Tennessee. I think I will build something today. Did a lot of painting yesterday, which is good. Got a lot of deep ones painted. A mech. A couple other minis I didn't even say anything about. I just painted them up and called it a day. I'm going to I've got this contrast Briar Queen Chill. This is the color I like to use for things that are supposed to look like ethereal and whatever. And I've got some ghosts from my Mansions of Madness game that I'm going to paint to look all like ethereal and everything. So they should be super easy because they're basically just going to be one color, this contrast. So, here we go, right? Putting some on because again, it's a ghost, so it's just an apparition. And then I generally paint all of the bases of the Mansions of Madness figures just like slate gray or something like that. And in my own like personal entertainment life, watched some Asmongold last night. Oh my god. That's so hilarious. That guy, man, I don't know. I just don't know. I think I'd probably like him a lot. So they're going to come out this kind of, ectoplasmic color. And of course, because it's contrast, it'll settle in the depths and be a little darker than it is in the upper parts. And honestly, okay, whatever. I mean, really, I just want it to look decent when it's on the board. Now, a lot of these guys, the clothing they're wearing is kind of like you can't tell what period it's from, whether medieval or the 20s or whatever. And that means, I guess, if I really wanted to use them in a fantasy game, I absolutely could. Also, the new memes are out for those of you on Discord. Pretty funny. It's me and Shadow arguing about stuff, but in a funny way. Any of you who know of Count Von Shadow, you know what I mean. I think my favorite meme is the one where I'm wearing bunny ears and I'm talking about how I found bush or bitterberries or whatever. And I think that's a result of the game that Shadow is actually interested in is Burrows and Borderlands. Except I keep effing up and calling it bunnies and burrows. Hey, what's up, Daniel? How you doing? Yes, being a goober, sir. So, painting some Mansions of Madness figures because, well, I mean, anybody who has that game knows why. Because I have the game and all of the expansions, including the last expansion for first edition and the conversion stuff, so that you can use it with second edition. And each box comes with a pretty good selection of miniatures. And because I want my wife to have the best experience possible playing this game that I purchased for her, I paint up the miniatures so that they look even creepier or whatever. That is what I do because, you know, it's an expensive board game and I want her to get as much out of it as possible. But so, how you doing, Daniel? What are you doing today? Work? I mean, it's so weird because since I'm retired, it's like, and I stream during the afternoons when my wife is working. So it's like really wild. Getting another webcam. Nice. Nice. I use a not very good one. It's a Logitech something something webcam that plugs directly into my computer with the USB port. And for my mic, I have a Yeti Blue. I think it is, yeah. And I'll tell you what, I've been definitely getting my value out of them lately with streaming as much as I've been. And the other thing I've been doing is using Restream to take these long ass streams I've done and cut them up into like more manageable shorts. And I've actually had a lot of success with this. Like one of the Restream shorts I posted yesterday in the first hour had like 500 views. And I mean, for me, that's actually pretty impressive. You know what I mean? Yeah, so we'll hold him up and see. You see what I mean? That's about all I'm looking for with these ghosts. I'm not trying to get super crazy with it. Just something that looks like it's a glowing spirit. Woo! Right? See, I guess I could have used a weird, like, green if I wanted to go more like the Ghostbusters. Be like, you've been slimered. I've also got this giant pit bull. Logitech is good if you don't plan on using it to visit the Titanic. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's true. It's true. Don't visit the Titanic using Logitech controllers. Doc, how are you doing, sir? So I got my ghosts done except for the bases. I've got this big ass deep one I need to do. The problem is when I glued him together, the way the glue stuck, it forced his trident into a weird bend. I might actually have to pop the arm loose because I can see the big gap where, either pop the arm loose or pop the trident off of him and just have him standing there looking like he's got fists and he's ready to throw bones. Like, this deep one's hands are rated E for everybody. You found out what illness you got? AIDS? I mean, my first guess is AIDS. But, I'll listen to whatever you guys say. Crafting Gamer, how you doing, sir? Thanks for dropping in. Oh, okay. Really? That makes me somehow respect you less than I already did. I mean, come on, man. You should be tougher than to have to deal with that. Landseer Gray. I don't think I've ever used it, but I'm getting ready to. Hunger, for some strange reason, it had to be. It guided me to Tennessee. Because I want to walk the roads my grandfathers walk and climb the trees my grandfathers hung from. Okay, so pop the glue off of that was on there. And then glue some arms on. Deep ones, I think, are one thing I've got a lot of now because of all the different sets and all the different extra ones I've bought. Deep ones I'm pretty good with. And because of the fact that I bought 2 or 3 of the Conan boxed game by Monolith, I've definitely got plenty of everything in that, which is good because in Hyperborea, however you say it, picks are a thing. Picks and half-blood picks, and then orcs, which are also half-blood picks. Except they're half-picked and half demonic, devil pig. So having all these picks is going to work out for me. Since I like using miniatures a lot, I know a lot of people don't. I mean, it's even strange enough that there are some people who not only do they like to not use miniatures, but somehow they feel like not using miniatures is somehow more legit role playing than using miniatures. I've never really understood that thought, but you know, whatever makes you happy, I guess. To me, I think miniatures improve a game big time because they allow people to know beyond a shadow of a doubt exactly where they are in comparison to the things they can see. Which, I'm not saying that I, you know, always let them know what they can and can't see because I don't. But, you know, oh, interesting. So this Lancer Gray is actually, that is just another fancier word for what Vallejo Color would call field gray, which is just a fancy word for the color that German World War II uniforms were painted in or done in. Everybody always says the Germans wore gray, and they're not entirely wrong because half of the color their uniforms were actually made of was called gray. It's called field gray, and it was actually orange or orange green. And then in the late war, some units were actually issued with these grass green uniforms. So, but that was not what I wanted for sure. And I looked down and I noticed that my box I keep all my paints in is, missing something. And the thing it's missing is the greasy black. So now I'm looking for greasy black. Well, I mean, Hungar, if you're still there, you know what to do, right? And hopefully you'll feel better in a couple of days. Let me see now. They're still chugging, and it's in fact, let me show you real quick, just so you can see. The wife's having a lot of meetings with like higher ups today. There's my greasy black. It's on the spreadsheet of wonder, but just because it's on the spreadsheet of wonder. Okay. Greasy black is not black. It's more of like a almost a bone color. I don't know why they would call it greasy black because it's definitely not anywhere in the neighborhood of black. And this is an express color, so Oh, Bloodworth. This could be interesting since he and I are both jamming out to the same setting lately.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, living the dream, sir. How are you?
Yeah, good. Doing well. Just on my commute, so I was listening to some of your topic and everything, and thought I'd pop in.
Well, I mean, always appreciated. Always appreciated. Mostly the last couple of days, I have been kind of arguing with Shadow about Hyperborea versus Arduin versus Burrows and Borderlands, and it's been pretty funny because I mean, I tell Shadow like nobody is trying to force him to play any game except for the people who play at his table. I guess they are.
Right.
They really want to play Hyperborea, but he don't. But not talking bad about my homie behind his back, but a lot of the arguments for why he doesn't want to play Hyperborea, I'm like, dude, you just said you didn't like this because of this, but that's how it is in AD&D, which you claim you love.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
he's like, no, what it really turns out, and one of the guys on my stream actually made a meme about it, is my homie wants a more high powered, weirder game than even Hyperborea starts at. But
Right.
I keep telling him, you can do whatever you want, right? But hey,
Yeah. Hyperborea could be pretty high powered if you just start them off at higher level, and it gets pretty tough. Like you can really have some pretty powerful characters in there and have pretty powerful challenges in there. Because you have a lot of the Cthulhu mythos mixed in, and you have laser weapons and whatnot, and laser weapons put out a lot of damage.
well, yeah, like the Migo disintegrators, if you don't say versus death, you just die.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, just your standard laser pistol does 3d6 damage.
Right.
It's that's quite a bit. So, but I know I'm getting ready to start both a Hyperborea campaign, which might actually start tomorrow evening, and I'm also looking to get into Dragon Slayer,
Nice.
but that'll be in January.
I know that Double D was in a Dragon Slayer game yesterday, a live play that was
Yeah.
being DM'd by Gillespie.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Greg Gillespie DM'd it, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. I think though the thing that's got me so like, the way I am about Hyperborea is the setting is just. I mean, the game rules are kind of cool. And I mean, let's be honest. If you want to be a power gamer in Hyperborea, you play a cleric, because that is the most powerful class, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I don't even mean like a subclass cleric, just a straight up cleric.
Right.
They're just so good. And but just the whole setting, Gamorium, and so I know last time we were talking, you said you're going to start your game in the city and do like some urban stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be centered on the city. Yes. So
well,
there's go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm listening to you, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to start them off with they have certain like modules. So the first module is Rats in the Walls and other eldritch horrors, and that's set in the city, and I'll probably run them through those 2 or 3 scenarios, throw in a couple of my own, and get them to where they're pretty much established, like levels 1 through 4, essentially in the city, and then we'll have them go off on adventures outside of it.
Well, great minds think alike is all I can say, because I picked up Rats in the Walls and other whatevers. It's got like the gemstone of Lamia and whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get into too much of the detail about, just in case Hungar's still listening.
Right.
But I read that module and I was like, yeah, this is kind of a perfect starting module, because no matter what kind of race class combination the player is, they're all in Chromaria,
Yeah.
and there's always a reason to be there. And then, you can go on with whatever. So that's what
Right.
I'm doing
Um,
too.
yeah, I think the only race or ethnicity that would have a hard time in Crumeria is Vikings, because
Well, they're not well loved.
yeah, they're not well loved, and they've recently sacked a portion of the city. So it's like, I'm sure that they're not going to be too welcome outside of that particular area, because there is a Viking area, and then there's the area right next to it that was recently sacked by, a bunch. Maybe it's a different group of Vikings or whatever. But yeah, I would think that there's going to be quite a push to rid of them. I'm thinking of doing like a campaign that's kind of like the Boxer Rebellion kind of thing, right? Where Hyperboreans are trying to push everybody else out of the city.
Well, it makes sense since, well over a couple thousand years ago, they built it.
Yeah,
And, after the Green Death and everything, maybe they want it back. Like,
yeah, and then the current, I believe the current Lord Mayor is not even a Hyperborean. So
right.
yeah, so that's kind of the track I'll probably go as as the underlying thread of the campaign, is that I told my 3 players, it would be best if you're all Hyperborean, and we'll go from there. So
Hey, Satya.
I
Yeah,
don't mind.
I've
Yeah.
got a couple Hyperboreans. I've got a Viking, but the Viking that's in my group is from the Isle of Thur.
Hmm.
So they actually don't worship Immer or Oler. They worship Odin,
Yeah.
which means other Vikings don't like them. They're pretty well hated by the other Vikings. Hungar decided
Yeah.
to make a Hyperborean cleric who serves, I think it's Aurora, the goddess of the north
Oh,
winds or whatever.
oh yeah. It's not Aurora though. It's something else. I forget the
Yeah,
name.
but
But
sometimes it's depicted as a three-faced goddess, even though it doesn't have
yes.
any form. And it's all about, ice and Hyperborean,
Yeah.
you know. And then
Yeah.
I've got another guy who's playing a Atlantean cryomancer.
Yeah.
And that one's going to be weird too, since the Atlanteans are barely human, really, when you get down to it. I mean, they can't
Yeah.
reproduce with any other human, and they have amphibious qualities. So, webbed hands and feet. And
Yeah.
I recently, because I read it all the time, and I must have missed for a while there where Hyperboreans cannot reproduce with any other type of human.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're only. I made the mistake when I was writing up the thing. It was like, the guild that they're going to become a part of, or the organization they're going to become part of, is for pure-blooded Hyperboreans only. And then as I'm reading through, I was like, oh wait, there's no such thing as a non-purebred, or pure-blooded. So I just changed that. Yeah, Hyperboreans cannot reproduce with any other human being.
Now, I recently, 6 months ago, read the first Elric book because everyone demanded I do.
Yeah,
And I'll be honest, I didn't really care for it that much.
no, neither did I. To be honest with you, I could never get into it. I have it on audio, and I was like, you know what? I just couldn't get beyond the first couple of chapters.
Right. And well, I soldiered through to the end of the first one where you got the Black Blade and started doing whatever. But
Yeah,
the Hyperboreans, as they're described, awful similar to the Melno Benet.
Yeah.
With the bone white skin and the golden hair and the violet or
Yeah.
purple eyes, and they're 7 feet tall and they live 250, 300 years. So
Yeah, I actually picked up because I have like 9 credits of Amazon's audiobooks.
right,
So I started picking up, this and that throughout the, some of it, Appendix N and others not. So I did pick up some of Wagner's uh, Wagner stuff, So I was like, just to get into the, not Wagner,
Clark Ashton Smith.
Clark Ashton, yeah. So I got one of his first books, like I think it was like an anthology of short stories and stuff. So that's where Hyperborea is apparently in that particular one. So I started listening to that. I'm also I finished up listening to Three Lions and Three what the heck. It was Paul Anderson's Three Lions and Three not Three Roses. I forget.
I know the one you're talking about, though.
Yeah, it's the basis for the Paladin in D&D. Yeah, that was good. That was really good.
Yeah, I read that. I'll if I haven't, I will try to link you. There's a YouTube channel where they've collected all of Clark Ashton Smith's Hyperborean stories and made like this big like audio book, and it's got art, and they really do the thing. It's like 6 hours long, so. But it starts out with the one guy writing the notes about him and his best friend decided to go try to rob some of the ruined parts of Comorium, and his friend died and he got his right arm tuck off, because they found a temple to Sagawa and things went bad after that. And there's another story about like all these guys frozen in the ice in the north and they have gemstones on them. So some guys go up to try to steal the gemstones, and things happen. And, 3 Lions, 3 Hearts. George.
3 Lions, 3 Hearts. Yeah.
George, my good friend, they can attempt the act of reproduction. They just cannot reproduce. It's not like they have different gear. I mean, they are humans, but there's just something genetically about them that will not mix with other humans.
So they could be supremacist. That's what it is.
I guess. I mean,
yeah. That's the. I think that's the gist of them is that they're.
Well, they got the bad reputation for thinking all other humans are basically subhuman apes, and apparently, when they ruled, they were very cruel.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 of them out there that's not a complete asshole, but it seems like culturally they were just kind of assholes. But
yeah, that's kind of how I'm going to play them. Is like they're pretty savage, they're pretty arrogant, and and the players are looking to advance, their pro Hyperborean agenda.
Right. Well, the one in my group,
not quite an evil campaign, but one that's certainly sketchy, let's say.
Well, the thing about Hyperborea is I'm not running what I would ever consider an evil campaign, but it is the fact that most of the players are neutral.
Yeah.
Because some of them chose classes where the only thing they could be was neutral or evil,
Yeah.
And I told them all point blank, I don't want any evil characters in the game. So
I just told Shadow that too. I was like, Shadow wants to play a an assassin in Dragon Slayer, and I was like, you just
Right.
can't be evil. That's all I'm telling you. You could be a chaotic neutral assassin. Um, but this is not going to be. It will not work well if you're an evil character on this particular campaign. Which
Right.
you know, and like because I had four of my players start creating characters, and none of them made a priest, or a cleric, and I was like, the group for the other two players that are in my group, I was like, one of them is going to have to be a cleric, you know, and because it's just if they're going to do the barrel maze, or at least portions of barrel maze, you need a cleric, you know.
Yeah.
Without the turning ability, you're screwed, and it would be helpful if they had a paladin, but we'll see where it goes. Everybody was taking these wonky characters. So the one took a monk. One player took a monk, which they do get turning ability at third level
Right. If they make it.
if they make it. Yeah, which I already started writing the first adventure, um, and there's some potential that they could lose a few characters here and there. But I do anticipate that it's going to be a lot of player character death in that game system, especially at first level.
See, Barrel Maze would suck if you were running the Hyperborea rules because the level 1 cleric can only turn once per day.
Yeah, yeah,
So
no,
they have to
it's
really think about, okay, is
yeah,
this the time I
yeah.
want
Is
to
this
do
the
the
time I want to
thing?
do it? Am I going to do the thing with skeletons, or am I going to wait when I'm facing ghouls or something along those lines? Right?
Right. But yeah, Hungar immediately chose Hyperborean cleric right off the bat. He was the first
Yeah.
person when I was like, okay, make characters, here's choices. One of the guys wanted to play a paladin, but
Hmm.
unfortunately, his girlfriend, wife, whatever, wanted to play an assassin. So I had to tell the guy, that he probably can't play a paladin in the same group with an assassin. And
Well, doesn't
even
it
though
have
in
the same?
Hyperborea you can play lawful evil assassin, paladins,
Yeah,
but
it's
then I didn't want the evil part.
yeah. I played a chaotic evil cleric once, in an AD&D game, and there was a paladin in the same group, and AD&D had a rule that paladins could not use no alignment against other player characters. It would be a violation of the trust, and
Right,
it would actually harm their standing as a paladin for doing so.
right,
So, but my cleric was like very deceptive with because she worshipped the god of deceit and and death and all that kind of stuff. So it was like I forget it's the one from Forgotten Realms. Um,
mask
no, Cyrodiil or something like
or
that,
Cyric,
or
Cyric,
huh?
Cyric.
Cyric, yes.
Yeah,
So
Cyric's the one that killed Bane and
yeah,
Merkul and
yeah. So
maybe another one too.
yeah, and this is one of the rare times I played a female character as well. So
Mm,
she was she was in a position where like she was going to torture and kill a goblin that that the group had captured, and so she was waiting for the paladin to walk off, and then because the paladin because the goblin gave like information, and the paladin kind of gave his word that he would let let the goblin go, release it, and so I hung back, and I was like, I did burning hands and just torched him to a crisp, in the cage rather than release him. And eventually, the paladin, the player, finally started to realize that my character was definitely not a good person, and and at a certain point, the paladin was like, "Leave, or I'll be forced to kill you," kind of thing. And so, I had to, my DM asked me, I was like, "Hey, just send your character off, and you can roll a new one up." So it was because nobody wanted like the open PvP in the group, So it was like, all right, I'll send her off and into the distance, and we'll see what happens with the next character. But that campaign kind of petered out anyway. So I was like, all right, it was fun while it lasted. Then there was about like 6 months that we played. But one of the few times I was a player in the last 10 years.
I mean, it sounds fun.
Yeah, no, it was interesting. It was a lot of fun. It was uh, it was around the same time that Sword Coast Legends first came out. The
Mm,
computer game Sword Coast Legends.
right. George, alignment in Hyperborea in a lot of ways is a lot more similar to alignment in D&D 4th edition, because you don't have like chaotic neutral or lawful neutral at all. That's just gone. And so you've got chaotic good and evil, lawful good and evil, and then neutral. And neutral is not neutral the way people try to explain it, like you try to keep the balance, blah, blah, blah. Neutral is just you're more worried about your own survival and the survival of your family and friends than any grand concepts of law or chaos or good. Or so basically neutral characters would be like Fofford and the Gray Mouse. They're not actively out doing evil shit, but I mean they will cut someone's throat to rob them if they need to. you know um, so really it should have been called unaligned,
Yeah,
but uh they went with neutral. So a neutral character can be good, if it's in their benefit to be
yeah,
good and nice, or they can be kind of a jerk. But then
yeah,
again, a neutral character should never be doing truly, despicable, evil things all the time. Anytime they have to do something, out of bounds like that, it should be because there's an actual reason that they have to make that choice. Otherwise, you just make them evil. Sorry, bro. You
yeah,
started out neutral, but then you took up a penchant for torturing people for no reason. So that's not neutral. That's evil. So
yeah. That's more chaotic evil too. The best
yeah.
like the best depiction of neutral evil that I've seen uh, in D&D was Kuntz's handling of Dark Druids in that adventure module, Dark Druids.
Mm,
All right, because they were neutral evil druids, and they violated all the other rules. Right, they went beyond to level 12. You know what I'm saying? They had hierophants of like 16th level, 18th level. They didn't worry about the rules of having like there's only a certain number of level 12 arch druids around, and you had to fight to gain that level. You had to kill the current holder of it to gain it in the various regions of Greyhawk where they were. But the dark druids were kind of like they were almost like radical environmentalists, to the point that it was like they would do anything, you know, um, including acts of evil, including pacts with demons, you know, just to protect, you know, the wilderness areas that they were in, and or their enclaves and their whatnot. So, yeah, that's a really really cool adventure module if you want to see how um, neutral evil can be.
well, it's funny because in my homebrew campaign that I used to run, druids were always evil.
breaking up a
That
little
was
bit. I'm going through a
you are right.
or a dead connection.
But yeah, in my homebrew campaign, druids were always evil. Do I ever stream about D&D? That's what we're doing now, T-boy. Kinda, sorta.
Yeah. Sorry if I broke up a little bit there. I was going through a dead zone.
No, that's fine. I know how it is up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like me. I live in like one of the biggest cities in the South, and my internet's sketchier than shit, you know?
Yeah, and I was
You
going through
would
the
think,
mountains over here.
yeah, and you would think Orlando, we'd have like the best internet on the planet, but no. Oh yeah, T-Boy, Berserk in One Piece. I think okay, I remotely remember that. I still have not watched any One Piece because I just, at this point there's so many thousand episodes. I'm like whatever. But Berserk, I still love. I still have been collecting all of the manga in the collector's books, and I can't wait for the new stuff to come out. But no, I ended up watching Frieren. That's kind of the last anime I've actually watched at all was Frieren.
One Piece
But
just
right
released
now
a
we're talking
new
about D&D adjacent
season.
game, Hyperborea.
Yeah.
So
One Piece just released a new season on Netflix.
yeah, I think I was watching It's a Gundam, and he did the math of like if he started watching One Piece right now and watched it like 16 hours a day, it'd take him 6 months to catch up.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iranian, Iraqi. No, I'm mostly German and Slavic. With a huge dash of Scandinavian in there too. But I mean, ethnically, the guy who raised me was from Russia, so sometimes I'll 11 days worth of episodes. You mean like 24 hours for 11 days? Jesus. I mean, it's one of those things. I have a friend, he loves One Piece, and so that seems to be the thing with One Piece. It's like the fans are super dedicated, but nah, Berserk is more my speed, honestly. Now, I like that they got rid of all of the neutral this and neutral that's. I think um I think it cleans up a lot of stuff about the game, really. I don't see it as like a negative at all. Observe Games. Hello, Observe Games. And 1,000 episodes. Jeez. Oh, Ayatollah. Okay, guys. If you've never watched The Road Warrior, or as it's called in like everywhere else but America, Mad Max Part 2, the main bad guy, the guy who wore the big metal face like thing, he was referred to as the Ayatollah of rock and rolla, the
Yes.
warlord of the wasteland. It was like an after a nuclear war thing. So no. I mean, if you look behind me, you see all those icons. I'm pretty sure that an Ayatollah wouldn't be allowed to have all those. One Piece fan, watch. Geez, you guys, that's crazy. Look at them. They're all like, "Oh yeah, I watched 2,000 episodes." Like, I've never watched 2,000 episodes of anything. I don't even know of another thing that has 1,000 episodes. But
I'm sure that there's others there that have as many. I mean, wouldn't Robotech have as many?
I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe if you added like Robotech, Macross,
Yeah,
all of it
yeah, like
together.
all of the Yeah, all of those together, you've got to have at least 1,000. I mean, even Transformers might have several hundred. How many different iterations of Transformers or
Oh yeah,
Power
yeah,
Rangers were there?
Transformers and the Beast
Yeah,
Transformers and
yeah. I would think any of those Japanese anime or Japanese, Japanese products have a huge number of seasons attached to them.
I think Berserk season 1 had like 20 something episodes, and then
Yeah.
season 2. You have an Islamic beard. T Boy, some people look at this and say, wow, you have a very Russian Orthodox beard. So, and a long, long time ago, they would look at this and say, you have a very Jewish beard. So when I was actually a practicing Jew, but then I converted to Christianity. So, you know, but I have been to Iraq before. I spent close to a year there. It wasn't fun, but I did like the Iraqi people. I thought were okay overall. Wasn't a big fan of the Saudis very much, but that's getting off track. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, my group is super interesting. The cryomancer, assassin, barbarian, um, cleric. What else do we got? A monk, um, a Celtic warrior. Um, I'd have to look. But you know what? When you said, hey, that one time I was watching your show and you were pointing out that they had the form fillable character sheet, I kid you not, I've made like 50 characters. Like
Yeah.
pretty much random too. You know what I mean? Just like because on the list you can roll for race, you can roll for height,
Right.
you
Right.
can
Right.
roll for
Yeah.
hair color. So I have cryomancers and pyromancers and necromancers. The only character I think I haven't rolled up is a bard or an illusionist.
Yeah.
And then multiple clerics and a rune carver and a druid and a shaman. The shaman is a Celtic shaman that
Right.
worships like the elk god or whatever. I forget the name of it, but its symbol is
Right.
like the elk horns. Uh,
Slightly off topic. In Dragon Slayer, you can have
mhm.
instead of a magic user, you can go with a magician, and they can pull some spells from the illusionist spell list as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, that could lead to a really really overpowered character though. Because some of those illusionist spells, like color spray or those
Color
things,
spray
those
for
are
first level is insane.
yeah, that's an insane spell. Or what was the other one? The Stinking Cloud is a
Yeah.
freaking beast of a spell.
Yeah,
Although that's a
that can be
magic
a
user
game
spell,
changer
but
for a battle.
imagine you get both of them. Like you have both color spray and Stinking Cloud. It's like, goddamn, you'll
I think
definitely
I
take
made
out
the
a
most Hyperborean character though.
yeah.
I made a Hyperborean Death Soldier.
Yeah, that's that. One of my players is doing that. Yeah, so he's going with a warlock. I mean, not a warlock.
No, you're
He's
right.
going
It's a
with a
warlock.
necromancer. Yeah, a warlock necromancer.
Yep. And the spell that I got was Skeletal Companion or some shit like that, Servant.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So you got a 7 foot something weird looking dude
Yeah,
running around town. He could have a skeleton bomb carrying his gear and stuff behind him.
yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that we actually pull it together and just with the 3 players tomorrow night. We pull it together and we get it rolling.
3 players is just about perfect for an urban campaign too, depending.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want too large, and as long as they have, they have a fighter or a warlock and a priest, so
Right.
they'll be fine. They have the three categories. If they can't pick a lock, that's fine. They can break down the door or use a spell or something like that to bypass it in some way.
Well, the
Or
the
they can get a
warlock
hireling,
in our
you
group
know.
managed to put an 18 into strength and only a 16 into intelligence, and then everything else is like sub 11. You know what I mean? So he's
Yeah,
just like, I think he's got 12 in wisdom because he had to. And it's like, so his ability to kick open a door is 5 and 6.
yeah,
Pretty good. Now, one thing about
yeah,
Hyperborea that I'm a huge fan of, and those of you at home watching on the home network, is the fact that all the mage classes, instead of being like proficient with like dagger, staff, dart, depending on what kind of magician you are, you could be proficient with like battle axe, sword, saber, freaking spear, and then at 4th level, you get to pick any weapon to be proficient with, right? So any 4th level mage, and I was talking about this the other day, if you have a decent dex as a mage, which you really kind of want to, just for the AC bonus, if nothing else, right? At 4th level, you could pick longbow. And now you've got this spellcaster with a handful of spells, but he's also good with a longbow. So he's chucking arrows or a heavy crossbow or whatever. I mean, it's kind of wild how like fighters, as they level up, they get to pick extra weapons that they master, which means they get a +1/+1. But every other
right.
class, they can just pick other weapons that aren't in their starting catalog. Like the cleric can pretty much use just about any weapon from the get-go. The idea that they can only use blunt weapon, no.
Right.
That shit's right out the window. I mean, Hungar's cleric's running around with like a great sword, large shield, a short sword, and scale armor, which has a damage resistance of 1. So deduct 1 point of damage right off the top. I mean, I'm super excited to run it just because it's 90% Dungeons and Dragons and 10% other cool things that I think is going to be really neat,
Yeah,
And then throwing them in Cremorium, which is a huge, huge port city right outside the Silvery Ill or whatever it's called, and then letting them, start encountering all the different NPCs, and maybe they'll go to the one area where they're like burning peat and oil to, smelt down
that's where I'm having
iron
my.
ore and shit like
That's where
that.
my that's where my group is starting off at. Is in what is that called? Smog. The Smog. It's not called Smog Town, but it's something like that.
Yeah,
It's the Smog Quarter.
yeah.
Yeah. From burning, because I was like, yeah, what causes the smog? And then Jeffrey Talanian told me, he was like, oh, that's from burning peat. they take the uh, they take the peat from the peat moss from the luge, um, marshes that pretty much surround the city.
Yeah, the whole city's almost
Um,
completely surrounded by these peat bogs.
yeah, and yeah, I was listening to some of the some of the short stories that were like set in bogs and stuff like that, and yeah, they're like a combination of like the dead marshes in Lord of the Rings. I was like, oh man, this really a trip, because there's a lot of stuff like that off in those bogs as well. So a lot of
Right.
places for them to go adventuring in, and the bogs were really just like the dead marshes. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of ghosts and shit like that in the and in those bogs as well. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, in a game where you can have ghosts and stuff like that, right? that set 1,000 years after 90% of humanity dropped dead from plagues, you're probably going to have a lot of undead type creatures around. You know, restless dead, ghouls spelled the other way. You know, like because I've got
And
ghouls, GHOULs, but I've also
yes,
got ghouls, GHUL. And like, here's
yeah,
one of my GHUL ghouls. You know, they look more like dogmen, kind of, and they may
right,
have
right,
in
right.
fact started out as human. Yeah, so like
Yeah,
Pickman's model.
if you look at the ones from Cthulhu, they have a very distinctive look, and they do have more of like a dog face on them. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's from Cthulhu mythos. Those ghouls.
Hmm. Yeah, and the whole deal with them is unlike the other ghouls, the Cthulhu ghouls, depending on how you approach them, may or may not be able to, you might be able to negotiate with them. Because other than the
Yeah,
fact
they're
that they like digging up rotten corpses and eating them, they still, you know, read books and hang out and, you know, do things, you know what I mean? So it's like, because in the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, Carter is like friends with a guy who used to be a human but is now a ghoul. So, you know.
yeah. Well, it's like they it's like Robert E. Howard had the Zuvembi, which are spellcasting zombies, and they retain
Yeah.
they retain their intelligence from in their life, and they're more like zombies created through voodoo, and that's why they have like witch doctor kind of abilities and stuff like that. That was
What's up, Big James?
that's from
There's one of
Robert
those
E.
monsters
Howard's.
in the referee's book. Did you know that?
Yeah, yes, yes.
In the monster
That's where he
manual,
gets it
it's
from.
like a
Yeah,
female.
yes.
Yeah, and it's a
It's that's
zombie, but
directly
it
from
looks
Robert E. Howard.
beautiful
Yeah,
still.
yes, that's directly from Robert E. Howard.
Oh, hey, look at this. Shadow, Big James. Hey, the gang is all here. Yeah, I have noticed a ton of like not I mean, I understand that the R.E. Howard estate is really hardcore about who does anything with their stuff. So of course the Cimmerians, spelled with a K, worship
Yeah,
Krimmer, who but if you read how Krimmer treats his worshippers, it's Crom. And the
yeah.
Cimmerians are well, one, they were a Central European people that got wiped out probably by the Avars and the Huns and whatever.
Yes, but
But
for literature, for like nomenclature kind of stuff, um, I think you could get away with it even with their copyright because that stuff goes back to the public domain stuff. I
well,
mean, yeah,
Crom
you
should
probably
never be copyrighted because Crom was an actual Celtic god
yeah, yeah. That's what
that
I'm
was
saying is
worshipped
I
in
think they
Ireland.
don't really have to modify because it's part of the public domain regardless. I mean, you could
Right.
make a Conan comic book, the Conan the Barbarian comic book. You could make that. Without getting into real, but the one thing you can't do is video games. They have that locked down. You cannot make a video game, and you can't make an RPG system that is
Right.
based on. But you could make adventure modules set in Hyperborea and use character names because you're pulling them from
See
literature.
what's I have a collection of French comic books and called the Cimmerian or
Hmm.
Cimmerian, however you want to pronounce it, right? And it's Conan, but they never call him Conan. Like throughout
Yeah,
the book, you've got this big brooding from the north of Samaria, and he's doing all this stuff and running around and fighting monsters and saving books and maidens and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, instead of saying Conan, it's like the Sumerian warrior, you know. That what Bloodworth is talking about, I remember as part of one of the stories where he went to the Black Kingdoms far to the south, because one of his friends was from there. Conan had a friend that ended up being the king of one of those tribes in the south.
In Kush. Yeah, in Kush.
Like in Zimbabwe or Kush or something. Yeah.
Kush. It was in
And
Kush.
so that whole storyline was very witch doctory. Like you even had a whole type of warriors that were witch hunters. That was kind of their thing, was to try and hunt down the witch doctors and kill them. And, you know, but okay, a zombie that can cast spells. You know what else you could call that, Shadow? You could call that a lich.
No, they have them in D&D too. They're called the Juju zombies. Juju zombies and
right, but I'm
Monster
just saying,
Manual too.
An undead creature that casts spells is not really going too far out of bounds. You know, it's like, all right, whatever. And one thing I've noticed, the more I read about the deities, especially in the Gazetteer and stuff like that too, and the guy who wrote the game, a lot of the deities, they give you the name of the deity, but then if you really read the lore, you find out that that deity might have multiple names, 2, 3, 4 names. So, like Krimner could, by some Cimmerian tribes, absolutely be called Crom. And Yig, the snake god, is basically Set, and some of his cultists call him Set or Apep. You know, so there's a lot of crossover there. Bless you. Where it's like, you know, you've got these, like the Raven god. Amongst some Vikings, they refer to him. They see him as Odin because he appears as 2 ravens, one that's the trickster and one that's not. So they always say that the Raven god is the messenger of Odin, Hugin, and Mugen. You know, so I mean, they give you this 20 or so different gods that you can let your character worship, but then each god has so many different aspects that, you know, like you could have Vikings literally that worship the Kraken, which is apparently some kind of gigantic octopoidal, but not Cthulhu. It's a Kraken. But some like Eskimo and other coastal dwellers actually worship the thing. And see, Jujus don't cast actual spells. Look, there are spell casting zombie, Shadow. Let's just leave it at that. There are. And Conan, the ones we're talking about, they don't look like zombies. They're dead.
No, they weren't from Conan stories. They were from one of his, not his Western either. It was one of
Solomon
his.
Kane?
No, it wasn't. It was his. Obviously not Steve Costigan. It was one of his detective guys, not Breckenridge Elridge, not Western. It was one of his detective guys, characters. It was the one when he went into like Louisiana and Black Canaan. I believe it's in the story Black Canaan.
I wouldn't doubt it, but again, I'm like, I was looking through the bestiary and I saw the, you know, undead spellcaster appears as a beautiful woman, but, you know, will lure you in and whatever, and to me it just seemed like voodoo stuff, you know,
Yeah.
which I mean fits right in Hyperboreus, since one of the playable classes is the witch,
Yeah.
and all the witch does is like charm people and curse people and make potions and pretty much get into trouble, really. I mean, a powerful witches have a spell like at is it the witch? Yeah, a fourth level witch can literally cast a spell and then tell the DM, okay, your creature has to save or die. I mean, it's like, wait, what? Yep, save or die. They're really good at summoning things that probably should not be summoned, you know. But then again,
Yeah.
that's what I was talking to Shadow about the other day when we were chatting. I was like, the way the guy did magic users is so different than any other D&D clone, really,
Right.
because they can use tons of weapons, and their spells, while they don't get a lot at first level, they do eventually get a lot, um, are very meaningful, you know. Like if a mage casts the right spell at the right time, it can totally change an entire situation for the better. You know, and it's kind of like the cleric with his turning ability. He don't got a lot of it at first, but of course, eventually he'll get a lot of it if he lives. And the cleric's decision on when to do it can totally save or damn the party, you know. So it makes you really think about it a little bit more. And of course, the best fighter, in my opinion, is probably just the generic fighter.
Hmm.
I have a feeling a lot of people, when they pick up the Hyperborean rules, they're going to see the generic classes and immediately skip over them, thinking, "Oh, the subclasses are better."
Yeah.
And then after
No,
they play for a while, they're going to learn that that's not true.
yeah, no, I prefer that the players kind of stick to at least include the core four, and then,
I mean, I've
player
made
five and six
multiple
can do
fighter
something else.
subtypes,
Yeah.
and I've made a couple of just straight up fighters, and the straight up fighters are just monsters, you know,
Yeah.
with their double weapon proficiency at first level and, you know, all that sort of thing. Plus, you only got to worry about one attribute to get the XP bonus, which in the
Right.
long run could really pay off. So, yeah. And this
Yeah,
started
that's what, like,
me.
Dragon Slayer, one of my players picked up on the fact. He was like, "Hey, look at that! The Ranger is the only one that has a D12 hit points. Not even the Barbarian has a D12 for hit points." I was like, "Yeah, they're definitely tougher than your regular Barbarian or fighter, because they're really meant to be lone warriors out there in the wilderness, so they have to be super tough for
Yeah,
that
I mean, you're
kind of
out there
purpose. So
like
yeah.
sleeping under a bush, wrapped in nothing but the cloak you wear, right? You kind of got to be pretty tough to deal with that, I would think. Even barbarians can occasionally go back home to their
Yeah.
freaking hide tent or their longhouse or whatever. But yeah, one of the characters in the group is a barbarian. My wife decided to play it, and Hyperborea barbarians are kind of badass. I mean, the fact that they start with +2 to every save. I
Hmm.
mean, but the problem is they're hard to level. It takes twice as much for a barbarian to level as it does a cleric, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, they got all kinds of good wilderness skills, hunting and tracking, and surviving out in the woods, and they can use any weapon pretty much, and they can use any shield and any armor. They just don't like magic.
Yeah.
Uh, but they'll still use magic weapons, though. They're not idiots. And, you know, and then, of course, the cataphract. Now, I don't know why he named it a cataphract and not a cavalier or just a knight or something like that. But
because they're also they're holy knights.
Gentlemen,
what is up, Chet?
I'm fairly certain they're holy knights. They're not just so they are closer to the cataphracts.
I mean, historically, the cataphracti were just the heaviest armored troops that the Persians could field, and they were, of course, copied immediately by the Byzantines.
so not based on like Charlemagne.
No. Like the difference between knights and cataphracti is in history, not necessarily in the game we're talking about. The cataphract a lot of times would carry these long pikes, and they would actually form like a phalanx, but on horseback. And they were super heavy armored, right? And they would basically, at a slow trot, just run into your unit with these 20-foot pikes. They were holding two-handed. And then in later iterations of the cataphracts, like under the what was it? Who was it? The Nicephorian Reformation. Then they changed it where the cataphracts function were like knights. They carried shields, hand weapons, and stuff like that. But the main thing was they were super heavy armored knights. Like every cataphract would have like three layers of armor, really. Because they'd have padded leather, a mail hauberk, and then on top of the mail hauberk, a lamellar armor set too. So they were just basically designed to run over anything that got in their way. In this game, if you play a lawful cataphract, you can swear fealty to a lord, and then you are what Bloodworth says. You're basically like this knight. You don't necessarily have to be good, but you believe in law and you're out there doing whatever. But if you don't choose loyalty to a lord, then you're basically just a Mongolian. Some kind of plain horse lord that's really good on horseback. So within that one class, you have multiple play styles. Like if you want a Cimmerian cataphract, I mean, you're literally just like a barbarian guy riding around on the steppes, shooting people with your short recurve bow, stabbing people with spears, doing your thing, But
Hey, have either of you guys, or do either of you two, remember the old articles on the witch from Dragon Magazine?
Yep. Somebody, and I forget who it was, but years back, somebody sent me access to this library.
Okay.
That has every single Dragon magazine in it.
Yeah, my friend, Bubba and I and Tanner were doing a review of the early Dragon magazines, and that got me, going down the witch rabbit hole for some of the crazy stuff they'd let them do back in White Box, the early days. And for the B&B game that I'm going to be running next year, I definitely am going to have to use some of that stuff.
Well, I mean, here's some good news if you wanted it. Not that I think you do, because you're an obstinate young man. You could just use the witch out of Hyperborea. That character's crazy, and you have the book. Read the witch. I mean, they start off like blah blah blah, but at like 4th level, they can enchant brooms and fly around and put love potions on people, poison people, do all the witch stuff.
Yeah, the Dragon magazine had that too. But the craziest thing I remember, which brings me to something else, they had these things called mountain and hill seeds. and they would throw this seed at you, and a mountain would land on you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right.
I would never allow anybody to throw mountains around.
That was 1974, 1975 D&D.
Yeah, which is why I'm going to be running Hyperborea.
Right. But the reason I brought that up because it's so crazy. I did this video and I dropped it this morning on how much Gonzo can you tolerate.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. I was going to mention that you did drop a video for how much Gonzo is too much Gonzo.
I want you guys to go and comment on that. Give me an example of what's like what's too out of control, because I'm going to be running a pretty Gonzo game with Barrows and Borderlands. And I want to get some like I want to have some guardrails, but I want you guys' advice.
Well, here it goes. Too out of control for me would be a role-playing game that makes me think of the book series where the one human who was a Claudian hung out with the demon supposedly named Oz, and they traveled around through the various parallel dimensions just doing stupid shit. And in the end, he ended up owning like a big like mansion in the center of the dimensions and the marketplace. And he had like two mobsters named Nunzio and Guido that guarded his shit. And what was that called?
I don't know, but it sounds fun. Hurry up and remember so I can read it.
And his best friend was a troll. And well, he had a friend that was a troll, and the troll had a sister. And female trolls are called trollops because trolls are really ugly, but trollops are beautiful and kind of slutty. And yeah. And Demon.
Why does that remind me of some real life encounters?
Demon was just short up for Dimensional Traveler.
Okay.
But on the world that
was it what's his name? The guy who wrote Spell for Chameleon?
Yeah. He was the guy who wrote a bunch of comedic fantasy books.
Or was it Ogre Isle or Ogre or
no. But I'm looking right now.
Okay.
Oh, am I gonna get anything closer? All right. I have just pulled in to work. So, all right, I am going to run.
Looking forward to next year's game, buddy.
You all have a good one.
You have a wonderful day, sir.
Yep, it's coming around. Yep, you all have a good one. Take care.
Take care.
Yep. Okay, so that's not it. That's not it.
Are you using AI or just Google?
Google. Oh, man. Because at one point he goes to the demon's house or home world, and it's basically New York. Like there's gigantic buildings everywhere, and people are riding around real fast in cars and yelling at each other about how they're walking over here. But then again, the demon was like green scaled with a mouthful of pointed teeth. And yeah. And it was this whole thing about how a guy pretty much starts out as a wizard's apprentice on some stupid world named Claude, and ends up getting, attached, let's say, to the demon, who of course is not a demon. And then they run around the various dimensions just doing stupid shit.
It sounds fun.
And eventually, like I said, they get rich. Like there are creatures that seem to be like devils, but they just come from another dimension where like they're all lawyers. So
Of
if
course
you
they are.
try to make a deal with them, they're always going to try and rip you off. It's like count on it. They're going to try to put something in a contract to rip you off. You know, and pretty much they just bounce between dimensions on jobs, and then they always come back to the grand market, which is a dimension that's the center of all dimensions, and it's just an infinitely stretching marketplace.
That sounds like something I do as well. But mine is actually on the water in the elemental plane of water.
Yeah,
So
and you can and anyone in the crowd, if you recognize this book, please shout it out. You can. I mean, technology exists, but like a lot of people don't use it because magic is better. But one of their favorite places to hang out at is like this super clean restaurant that's called the Golden Arcs or something like that. They're always going to the Golden Arcs to get something to eat, because there's one in the marketplace at the center of everything.
Of course there is.
And you know, of course, all of the dimensional beings are not good. Some of them actually try to eat the poor wizard multiple times. But luckily, his demon, if you want to call it that, is kind of a badass, and nobody wants to mess with that dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about a book where a scaled green, sharp-toothed dimensional being kidnaps, kind of saves a human from a world named Claude, and then drags him all through like all these different dimensions and shit. And like, I think it's 3 or 5 books. And yeah, and they make tons of friends, and you know, trolls and trollops and other dimensional beings, and you know, mafiosos. All this stuff happens, and I don't know. I don't think it's Piers Anthony, but it's of that style of book. You know how Piers Anthony, I think it was, did like On Death's Door or On a Pale Horse or whatever.
Yeah, and
you know, The Green Mother, War. He did all the incarnation books. Well, it's similar in that, or the Xanth guy. You know what I mean?
sure.
It's either the guy who wrote Xanth or somebody who was highly freaking influenced by I'm going to make a fantasy book, except it's going to be so freaking over the top that, you know, when you read it, you're going to be like, wait, what? And that's what happened to me when I read it. I was like, wait, what? And then I loved it. I thought it was like the best. They were always having to go to different dimensions to solve problems. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
However it was they needed to solve those problems. So
It looks like it might be Robert Lynn Asprin's Myth Adventures.
That's it, because the name of their adventuring company was Myth Incorporated.
Okay, yeah, I think I might have some of those books, or I did have them. And Robert Lynn Asprin is also one of the guys behind Thieves World, which I really, really enjoyed a lot. And probably
but Thieves World wasn't quite so.
No, it was more hardcore, you know, based fantasy.
Right.
But
let me tell you something. If you want to see, if you are seriously interested in like what a really gonzo high fantasy game can look like, you need to just download that first audiobook and listen to it. You'll laugh your ass off. But there's crazy shit that goes on.
I really don't do audiobooks that often. I'm more of a you know, own the book, but I'm not opposed to reading it.
Okay, then find it and read it. Oh, Shadow decided he's like, I'm done. I'm done with James telling me what I got to do all the time.
No, I'm probably going to get the books. I'm more of a book guy.
Get the books. I had the books. My mom might still have the books.
The
And
last
like
name
I
wrote,
said,
wrote a story like that. Last Defender of Camelot. I've also got the what the hell is it called? Planescape book box set. I've never read it. I barely opened it, and I wanna read that and review that as well. Uh,
imagine Planescape,
mhm.
except everything's kind of funny. And I
Well,
don't mean not dangerous. I just mean there's a lot of shit going on, you know?
uh,
Like maybe the
ask anybody
hero.
who's been in my games. My games are funny in ways, but it's usually because of the players. But I don't discourage any of that behavior. I find that I'd rather have a table where people are laughing their ass off the whole time than not.
Okay.
No.
Here's how you should imagine Planescape if you're using the Robert Aspirin whatever methodology.
Yeah.
The Lady of Blades is in fact super hot with giant tits, and she's always showing her cleavage and flirting with everyone, but no one ever gets to sleep with her. So she's like the biggest tease in what's it called, Signal or whatever. And then all the demons just they're not some kind of special Robert Aspirin. Shut up. Get it? Robert Aspirin, Joe
Yeah.
Tyler.
I did get it. That's George's humor.
Well, he can't help it. He's Greek. Um,
He's also very funny and talented.
but yeah, I didn't say he wasn't, but I just said he's Greek. Hey, George, Opa. Actually, Russians say Opa too. So, oh, I saw this Russian woman, and she was giving like holiday cheers. And it starts out, she's sitting there, super beautiful Russian woman, right? And she's got this thick Russian accent. She's speaking English, and she's like, "Some people are born with all the breaks, others not so much. Good news, soon we will all be dead, and no one will care." Happy holidays. It's just like, wait, what?
Wow, that's
Like,
that's
wow.
pretty dark. But I guess it's better than Seattle's Christmas celebration.
I mean, but she's got like multiple holiday like cheers, and they're all that way. They're all like, some people were born with money and other people are poor. And it really sucks. But the good news is soon we'll all be dead and no one will care.
Lovely.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. It sounds like it would get old after a while.
Well, I like the other one too, where it's like how to get revenge on your ex. Call them at 2 a.m. and tell them you really need to talk to them, and then like block them. So that, they're calling and they can't get through because she's a mean woman. But remember what I told you about Russian women?
Yeah, they're 4-letter words.
Yeah, there's something. And that's definitely what she is. There's like one thing where she's like, "Oh, can we buy this?" And he's like, and her date's like, "What do you mean we?" And he's like, and she's like, "Well, you." And he's like, "I'm not buying that." And she's like, "You're not buying that?" And he's like, "No, I'm not buying that." And like the next scene, you see her like burying, filling in a grave in the woods somewhere. It's just like, because again,
Russian woman.
Russian woman. She's got one where she talks about growing up as a kid. I wore the same set of clothes for a year straight. It's like,
That wasn't uncommon as people like to think. There have been many periods in history where that was just the norm.
Anyway, getting back to what you're talking about, though, a D&D game that starts out like Myth Adventures.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's a little too wacky for me, a little too gonzo, a little too whatever.
Uh-huh.
But for a person that really wants a Gonzo game, that I think is like perfect Gonzo. You know, you've got the wizards and the fighters and the whatevers and the dimensional whatevers, and you spend the whole adventure. It starts out really small, like you're doing little stupid shit, and the next thing you know, he finds his way to the center of everything, and then he has to fight with everyone in a market because they all hate him, and then he establishes himself, and then he has to deal with the mafia, but then he establishes himself with them through cleverness and whatever. And so the mob boss gives him the two mobsters to protect him, Nunzio and Guido or whatever. And it just goes on and on and on. And the whole time, the main hero is still studying magic. So, I mean,
It's got a very Amber feel to what you just said.
right. Except it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, Amber's a little grim, but
Well, Amber, you mean the book where the one guy cut his own relative's throat and tried to smear it all over the pattern to destroy all reality? That one?
yeah.
Yeah, that's a little.
But he also wrote a book called The Last Defender of Camelot, where Merlin is living in Brooklyn.
See, that's funny.
Yeah.
The only thing I disagree with is why in the hell would Merlin live in Brooklyn?
Well, mind you, it was written in the 60s or 70s, so Brooklyn was a different place.
Well, even in the 60s or 70s, why in the hell would he want to live in Brooklyn? If he had a lot of money, he obviously would want to live in Manhattan. And if he didn't have a lot of money, but he didn't want to get robbed every day, he'd move to Queens.
I could see it being like an allusion to somewhere in New York being the new Camelot.
I think they picked Brooklyn because everybody knows about Brooklyn.
Maybe. I don't know that he ever even
say Brooklyn, people think, oh yeah, whatever, Brooklyn.
Yeah, we think we know it, but we don't.
It would be different because if he had said Brooklyn, if he had said Merlin lives in Queens, a lot of people would have been like, okay. Don't really know much about Queens.
Yeah, you can't afford the Manhattan rent. Merlin is a hipster.
Well, the reason
I don't know. It's been decades since I read it. I'll have to pull it out. I've got it somewhere.
No, the reason he's saying Merlin is a hipster is recently white hipsters have been buying up like everything they can in Brooklyn and turning it into basically this weird millennial Gen Z
hate
thing. You know what I mean?
Ashbury kind of thing.
Huh?
Like a hate Ashbury kind of.
Exactly. They're turning it into this super progressive, super whatever kind of thing where everybody hangs out in Brooklyn drinking craft beer and whatever, right?
Smoking weed.
Yeah, Queens would make way more sense for Merlin to live in. But especially back in the 70s when Brooklyn was like super rough and generally just all black. I mean, Merlin would have had a hard time. That was when the Black Panthers were big. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Maybe he could have lived in the Bronx, though, because that's back in those days was mostly like Jewish and Italian. He probably could have been all right in the Bronx, But anyway, I'm hyper overthinking something that whatever. Doesn't matter. It's not like I lived in New York. I've only been there one time.
I've never even been there, and I spent a lot of time on the East Coast, and I avoided that place.
Well, there is a place I told you yesterday, worse than New York City, if you happen to be there during the wintertime. And it's a little town called Buffalo.
Yeah, no, I probably will end up going to Buffalo to help George and Dave with Arduin at some point, but not in anytime soon.
And hopefully not during the winter.
Right?
Because Buffalo is near the lakes, the Great Lakes. And when that freaking lake effect comes rolling in about January, they get like 8 feet of snow.
Yeah, I would just literally just die. I can't do cold weather like most people.
Now, there is a good thing about Buffalo, and that is this. Do you like Portuguese food?
Never had it.
Think Spanish food, but more seafood.
Yeah, I don't like seafood.
Then, yeah, Buffalo's going to suck because uh, it has a huge population of Portuguese people.
I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find a burger joint and be just fine.
Oh, yeah, there'll be a McDonald's somewhere.
I don't say that.
It's just everyone around you that sees you eating the McDonald's is going to be like, what's wrong?
Was that guy retarded?
Why couldn't you be a good boy and go over here to Mama, Rossellini's Portuguese soup restaurant or something?
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah,
It's like,
not doing
I
that.
made up the Portuguese name because honestly, I don't even know if Portuguese have different names than Spaniards. Yeah, Astoria, Queens, Greeks. If you like Greeks, move to Chicago. They own about a third of it. It's like, of course, that's not South Chicago. let's be aware, we're not talking South Chicago.
Yeah, I think New York and Chicago fall into the same category. Over my dead body.
Yeah, usually the Greeks, like a lot of immigrants, as soon as they can, they move to the suburbs. So, so they'll open a Greek restaurant in Chicago, but then they'll all live
And
like
commute 2 hours a day.
Peoria or some shit like that. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you.
What are you doing, Chewy? There's no popcorn in here, buddy.
And the other ethnicity in Chicago you'll run into a lot if you're not in Southeast Chicago will be Polish. But not just Polish. 70% Polish. And then 30% every other Eastern European thing you can think of. So Russian, Serbs, whatever. And you know what they do? They drive trucks. There are so many Russian-owned and Polish-owned over-the-road trucking companies based out of Chicago, and they only hire Slavs. So, I know people who live in Florida, and they come down for the weekend, and then they go back up, and then they drive the truck all week, all over the place, delivering things, tractor trailer. And then when they're done with whatever, they collect their pay and they come back down.
Chewy, no. Absolutely no.
Chewy's like, shut up.
I got a bag of popcorn in here, but he can't have it because it's covered in chocolate.
Chewy's all like, listen here, white man.
He's a white dog.
I
Right?
saw the funniest thing. What's his name? Wilson. He was, how they like to hire retarded women to go on that show so that, they can.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that Wilson.
Andrew Wilson.
The best Wilson.
Yeah. Well, he was talking to this retarded Mexican girl. And
the Colombian girl this morning?
No, not the tatted up Colombian chick.
Oh, okay.
This was a Mexican. And at some point she says, well, who are you to say anything since this is stolen land? And Andrew Wilson starts laughing. He's like, so is Mexico. And she's like, what? And he's like, don't you even know the history of Mexico? And she's like, no, I just assumed the Mexicans were the native people.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
He's like, what are you, nuts? No, they're not the native people. They got conquered by everybody. And
after they did some conquering of their own.
Well, as the Aztecs, yeah. They were pretty rough as the Aztecs, which they never called themselves Aztecs. They always called themselves the Mezcali. Which is
actually the wife,
the name Mexico
Aztec warrior that could kill a spider.
Well, I don't think the women were ever trained to be warriors. I think that was just a man thing.
I know.
So,
Yeah, Yeah, they weren't trained to do much of anything. Let's be honest.
Go out and harvest corn. If you were a warrior and you managed to capture an enemy after they cut his heart out and kicked him down the stairs, you could collect the body and take it home to be cooked. You
Yeah,
know,
it doesn't sound.
I mean, it's like they were truly one of the most evil empires to ever exist, but at the same time,
Well, that we know of. Yeah,
that we know of, but at the same time, they were kind of
we know of
badass too, you know?
them, don't we? Right?
I mean,
Yeah, that whole cannibalism thing is just so repugnant. I can't even believe they were actually human.
dude, cannibalism has been part of humanity's history since probably further back than we can even trace.
Yeah, I don't recall any of my ancestors doing any of that.
How far back are you going?
About 2 generations.
Then, yeah, you know.
After that, I don't know. I honestly have no idea.
Well,
I,
there were some
I've heard
tribes.
stories, but but then again, a generation for me is way different than it is for you. So
Yeah, there were some tribes who actually hunted humans to eat them, other humans, and then there were some tribes that owned their own dead because it was like part of their religious ritual.
to me, you know what I hear? I hear we're too lazy to go hunt something else.
Well, they wanted the some of these ancient tribes couldn't conceive of the fact that like the spirit and the body could be two different things. So by eating their own dead, they thought that they were absorbing their spirit knowledge.
Yeah, Satan's a bitch, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's just whispering in your ear, teaching you or tricking you into stuff like that. When there's a good freaking rabbit or an elk right there.
Yeah. And then of course, even in the Bible, they talk about cannibalism and various tribes that took part of it. And the Nephilim, of course, really loved eating humans for whatever reason.
Well, because they were thoroughly evil and they knew how wrong it was, and did it because it was wrong, not did it because it was tasty.
Yeah, well, what ended up ending them is they almost ate all the humans. And then God sent his angels down and wiped them all out.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, there's some people who believe that Gilgamesh of, I think, Babylonian fame was actually a Nephilim because there's a statue of him fighting a lion. And if you were to take that lion and compare it to a modern day lion and then extrapolate his height, he would have been like 15 feet tall. So definitely a giant. Whether a Nephilim or not, I don't know, but definitely a giant. And his best friend, the guy with the horns, also was a giant. I forget his Inkle, maybe was his name. And then they both pissed Lilith off because they wouldn't sleep with her. So she was really mad at him. But they're like, get out here, bitch. We got other stuff going on. But
yeah, that the folks that claim to serve, worship, believe in blah blah blah, whatever you want to call it, Lilith, just instant super giant neon freaking red flag. Hey,
yeah. But you know what I think? And I don't know why we end up doing this, but I feel like I've answered your question as best as I can. As far as Gonzo and how much is too much and how much might be just right. But the problem is to run a game like Myth Incorporated, everyone at the table, GM players, everyone at the table would really, really have to be like keyed in. You know what I mean? You couldn't run that game for a bunch of just normal players, because so much of the game relies upon the players doing funny actions.
Well, you gotta take into account that, like, right now, my pool of players, the people that I know and would invite to a table, are, to be honest, next level. They're either, you know professional GMs, whatever that means, or eternal GMs, played a bunch of games, played with a bunch of people, etc. It's not your run of the mill, go into a game shop and play a pickup game.
Sometimes I
Anybody?
feel so bad for people that I don't play or run games online because they will never learn to appreciate my greatness.
We'll just have to muddle through, won't we?
You'll just have to muddle through. You'll just have to take the word of the people who do play at my table.
That would be Hungar.
Well, I'm sure I could get some other people on here.
I don't know anybody else who has, because most of those folks of yours are, under witness protection.
Windrunner.
They're, WITSAC is protecting them, won't let them go on camera,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Windrunner is one. My mom, who occasionally pops in about once a month, is one. But I
That's
wouldn't
going to be
take her word
interesting and
for
weird.
I wouldn't take her word for anything.
Yeah, well,
Because
I hope she's not watching. I actually got that
baby
GM
boy.
for my mom way back in the day, and it was weird. It was, my parents didn't play with us, as kids. They just told us to go play,
Mhm.
so it was kind of weird. Whereas I made it a point to do the opposite, to like play with my boy when he was a little boy. Wants to play cars? Okay, we'll play cars. Whatever.
Well, my mom would never play a role playing game with me until she was in her 60s. So, like, the whole time when she was young and working and trying to take care of everyone and all that stuff,
Sure.
she was not at all involved in gaming in any way. But when she got in her mid 60s and kind of retired and was hanging out around the house, and also, she absolutely adores my wife. So, when my wife is like, yeah, you should play, you'd probably like it. She did. And she liked it. She always
Yeah,
played.
my old man missed out, as I was just getting into, go, because he would take me to the game shops, the model shops, and we'd pick up, Airfix, you know, miniatures from World War II or whatever, or model kits. But he never got a chance to, we tried to do a war game, uh, and we played like Broadside from Milton Bradley and stuff like that. But he totally missed my era of wargaming, and he would have really, really got into that shit. Especially uh, if he'd gotten into it earlier. Oh my god, he would have just loved that shit. He'd probably been really, really a formidable opponent.
Hmm. Yeah, my pops was always too busy, like working or
Right?
doing something. So,
Yeah, that was one of the things I regretted. So I made it a point to make sure that when I finally had a son, that I would be there and not, busy working, slaving, always grouchy and shit.
well, I mean, the thing with my pops isn't that he was whatever. It's just that in his culture, you didn't play.
Yeah.
That's just it. Every waking moment of your entire life was trying to figure out how to make money or do something that would make you and your family's life better.
I did all those things and got to retire early, and now I'm going to reap the benefits.
Right. But I'm just saying that. So I'm not saying anything negative about him.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
that's how he was raised. That's, which is a very Russian thing.
sure.
Um, Now, of course, we got Andre who comes on here and Satya, who, even though Satya's a Finn, depending on where he is in Finland, he may actually be more Russian than he is Finn.
Mhm.
Basically, Finnish people who are from the far east of Finland tend to be, if not Russian, mixed with Russian quite a bit, to the point that their language is even a little different because it uses a lot of Russian loan words and stuff. So, yeah. Portuguese place in Newark. Did you know my wife was watching something on like America? Newark, New Jersey has the highest rent in America.
Huh.
I was so surprised. It's like the rent in Newark is more than it is in Queens. Yes. And I'm sitting here like, why would you ever choose to live in Newark, especially if it's more expensive than anywhere else you could live?
Right. You would think that that all it would take is an article or a news clip like that to send everybody in that place packing.
You would think.
Yeah.
But it's like got the highest rent and one of the highest state income taxes. So in addition to
F that noise. F that
Yeah.
noise. Just right. Yeah, it would be like, oh, we're moving.
in addition to, paying over $3,000 for like a studio apartment, also
That's like
paying
that's like my
over
that's
3
like twice my house mortgage.
yeah, and you're paying 3.5 your income to the state, not the
How much?
3.5%, which is apparently quite a lot.
Well, if you're living there, it's a hell of a lot because you've got to make that kind of money. A certain amount of money just to be able to live in that state. So
Yeah. And for what? So you can get constantly mugged in Newark or pay $25 to cross the bridge to New York. It's like,
what is it, like $87 a gallon of gas?
yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but
You want a
like,
pack of smokes? You're gonna have to fill out some papers.
right, you're going to have to take a loan. It is a fact, though, if you want to cross the bridge from New Jersey to New York, it's like $20. That's the toll. It's like $20 to cross a bridge. It's truly just like, are you kidding me? And they're not kidding you at all. No, they mean it. You are going to pay. You're going to pay a lot.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy shit.
Yeah. And one of the most dangerous places to live is still New Orleans. It has like per capita one of the highest murder rates in the country.
I've heard that. I've also never had any great desire to go visit that place either.
I know that my mom and my sister went quite a bit, and what they were told by locals and cops is basically when you go to Mardi Gras and you're out on the French Quarter and you're in the main drag there, like on Bourbon Street,
Yeah.
just stay there. Like, do not go down any side alleys. Do not, just stay with the thing. And
Where everybody can see you.
where you're well, there's a cop or two every block, so you don't have to worry about, some horrible thing happening to you. But But if you decide to follow somebody down an alleyway or something, then don't be surprised. I mean, robbery is like the best outcome of that situation. You know, death and other things are also possible. So yeah, you want to stay out of there. But I'm just so glad that we figured out it was Robert Aston. That would have really bothered me. You know what I mean? For a while, I'd have been like, because I read all those books when I was in school.
The funny thing is, you know what I typed in for the search?
Uh-uh.
Trolls, Trollops, and Demons novel.
Huh. Makes sense.
I was surprised I got it with just those three keywords on Google. If I had been on, ChatGPT or something, it would have got it probably with, half those words.
Hmm. So, I don't know. What do we talk about besides your unreasonable hatred of Hyperborea?
No hate, just not what I'm looking for.
I refuse to believe you. I think it may be exactly what you're looking for, but you're too proud to admit it.
Proud of what?
I don't know. That's what we're going to have to figure out. Why you're too proud to admit that deep
What's
down.
up, Bruce?
I saw a little Bruce pop in. A wild pokey Bruce. Fuck that place. But yeah, maybe we're gonna have to go back into your childhood to figure out like what happened to you that made you decide you hated fun.
Hated what?
Fun.
Dude, I have been so lucky to have so much more fun than the average person on this planet. That can't be even remotely true. I just like a very specific kind. You know what it is? You're right. I'm spoiled. I've had so much fun that I'm looking for more decadent fun. That's got to be what it is.
What I think is we're having an issue with communication. And that makes me sad because I know the pieces fit. Because I saw them fall apart.
That's pretty deep, bro.
Not really. It's just me quoting Tool.
Who?
Tool.
Peter O'Toole?
No, the band Tool with Maynard.
No, never listened to him.
Well, you should because some of their stuff is really good. And that's one of them. And there's another one called Stinkfist that's really good. And then there's Sober is really good. And then, of course, my favorite one is 46 plus 2, I think, which gets really deep into Carl Jung's psychology and
Modern Man in Search of a Soul.
well, kind of, yeah. But what they're
That's like his most famous novel or book.
well, they're basically talking about how okay, part of Jung's thing, and this could actually be something role playing related, honestly. But a big part of his whole philosophy was that humans, when they are traumatized, have a tendency to take the trauma and to push it down into their psyche, into a part of their psyche that becomes known as the shadow. So it's like the id, the ego, the shadow, you know what I mean, right? And the thing is over time, as you keep pushing things down into the shadow will actually start influencing your life. So when you run into a person, if you believe any of this, if you run into a person who like is constantly hijacking their own good time, you know what I mean? Like the kind of people that are constantly setting themselves up to fail, right? That could be an aspect of the shadow. So basically, they're subconsciously poisoning their own life.
Mm-hmm. I think we know a couple of people like that.
Yeah, yes. Super self-destructive. No matter how good shit is, they always find a way to run it. Yeah, that according to Jung, that would be like the shadow, right? But there's a happy ending to this story in that also, according to Jung, a person could learn to face his shadow and come to grips with his trauma. And if you did that, and this could take prayer, whatever, meditation, all kinds of things, you just have to come to grips with all the negative stuff you've just been pushing down your whole life, right? You can then integrate your shadow to the rest of your personality, at which point your shadow no longer controls you, you control it.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of people we know that are just like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not saying that I've ever done, successfully a bunch of shadow work, but of all the psychiatrists of the last century, I like Carl Jung the best. I will admit some of the stuff he talks about gets really esoteric and almost kind of
Metaphysical.
Well, when he starts talking about how there's only 12 actual personalities and everyone's made up of one of the
I'm not sure what that means, Bruce. I'm afraid to look.
Schism, that's a Tool song, I believe,
Okay.
or album actually.
Knowing Bruce, it could have been a whole bunch of other things.
It could have been a half-naked 39-year-old Korean waifu. No, I dropped that on Bruce because that game came out, and Five Hearts Under One Roof Part 2. And I played Part 1, and in the end, my character ended up getting married to the big-breasted Korean girl whose dad owned this corporation, and it worked out great. I mean, there's no nudity or anything. It's like one of these Korean romance games where you got like 5 women that you can romance to see who you end up with. And it's very, very difficult to play. So I watched Asmongold completely felling his ass off trying to play this game. And I was like, well, it's $9. I'll buy it and we'll see if I can do better.
Is it like a video game or no, Chewy?
It's a video game. It's a video game, but it's not like a video game like a normal video game. It's more like a choose your own adventure video.
Okay.
So like all of the people in the video game are actual people, that they filmed doing things, and then you'll
gotcha. It's like an ARG
or dialogue tree, and then you'll pick how.
Yeah, like one of the old early PlayStation games as well.
Right.
Like the original PlayStation 1 had some games that were like that.
And basically, they pick a bunch of girls that they suspect or that are considered to be incredibly attractive to Korean men. Mm-hmm. And of course, their beauty standards are not quite what ours are.
Yeah.
And then you, as the losery ass Korean man that you're renting out your parents' house,
I don't know. I can think of at least one Korean woman who I think is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. So
Grandong,
no,
because that's the one that is my wife, Boo, and you keep your hands
I
off of her.
told you no. Sorry, don't give me that look.
But
I'll
anyway,
just come to a conclusion.
what's funny too is I posted a picture of her to Holy Diver, and he came back and said, "Yeah, she's really hot, but she's AI, bro." And I'm like, no, she's not. She's a Maxim model, like Maxim Korea. She's one of their top models. You know what I mean? She's been in shows and stuff in Korea. She's not AI. That's a real woman. And he's like, "Oh, okay." You know. See, he's got a fetish for Japanese women, like my brother. Whereas I typically think that on average, Korean women are more attractive. Now, I wouldn't date either of them, though, to be perfectly honest.
You know, it's. I was telling somebody the other day. It's for me. It's actually like the imperfections. I mean, they got to be a certain kind of hot, but it's the imperfections that seal the deal. If that makes any sense?
It does, because it's the little imperfections that you remember.
Right, and that are also what makes someone unique. Like I was talking about Ellen Green from Little Shop of Horrors. She had a kind of a glaring imperfection, but I still thought she was freaking out of this world. You know.
Well, people tend to, like if you were to rate women on a scale of 1 to 10, if they can sing or act, they get bonus points right off the bat.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's how you end up with idiots thinking that Taylor Swift is attractive.
What's her name? Sweeney. I don't think she's attractive at all.
See, that just means you're insane.
Her face is not all that special.
I ain't looking at it.
If you've seen the meme where it's got her smiling and resting bitch face, I don't want that resting bitch face in my life.
Well, here's a good idea then. Don't invite her on for a friendly interview and then try and trap her into admitting she's a racist. And you won't get that resting bitch face.
If she's capable of making that face, period, it's not attractive to me. You know how the old saying,
every woman is capable of making that face.
I understand that, but you know the old expression, you're gorgeous or you're hot when you're angry. You know that I'm paraphrasing. I've seen some women that when they're angry, go up, from an 8 to a 9 or a 7 to an 8, as opposed to down to a 6.
Weird.
I know.
But I always do tell my wife she's cute when she's mad because she's small and it just pisses her off.
Right. It makes her even cuter. I totally. I dated this one. God, what was she? Well, she was a stripper, but she was like all of like 4'11", and when she would get angry, it would just be, just jumping up and down and stuff, and
So not only were you dating basically a whore, but you were dating a whore that was a Lilliputian. So or not a Lilliputian. Pretty much when what's her name landed her house on the Wicked Witch, did she come running out being like, "We represent the Strippers Guild"?
Here's what happened. Me and some buddies were drinking, and some girls came over. And I hooked up with this girl, and I was already, half drunk when I met her, and I didn't know, how tall she was. We were sitting or whatever, and then I went to go meet her the next day, and found out, oh shit, she's 4'11", I'm almost 6 feet. This is weird. And we stayed together for a little while until I could make my escape.
You know what we called those in the Army?
No.
Spinners.
What? Spinners? Okay, yeah, I've heard that before.
Spinners.
She was pretty spun.
Well, I mean, only because you could put them on you and then just spin them.
Yeah,
You know.
Yeah.
So, Andre, Privyet, what's going on with you, homie? How are you doing? And Dean, I put that link in there just in case you wanted to jump in and
I don't think Taylor has anything that I want either.
well, she's got
also
something I want.
she's just she's kind of mid to me.
She's definitely got something I want. $1.8 billion.
Yeah,
Like if I dated her, I would try so hard to knock her up, boy. I'd just be dumping seed all over the place. And then if she ever wanted to divorce me, I'd be like, well, I get like 30 grand a year on my retirement from being a firefighter, and she's got $1.8 million. So, I'm going to need some palimony and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'll be walking out with, $100 million or something. You're like, yeah. I'm not spiteful. I'll take $100 million in visitation.
Visitation.
I want to see my kid.
I don't know. You add another zero, and she can keep the kid.
I mean, and of course, that's not an original thought. That's a Dave Chappelle thought.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle used to do a skit about how, like, he always wanted to knock Oprah up because Oprah's got all those billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I would knock Oprah up and be like, I'm retired now. I can do whatever I want because,
Yeah, I don't.
Got that Oprah money.
Yeah, no, I would rather be poor my entire life than to even know.
Yeah, but it's a joke.
I know.
So, yeah, but anyway, like me and I said that wrong. Bloodworth and I were talking about like one of the neatest changes in the world's greatest role-playing game.
Oh, you're gonna make me do another freaking Why We Play the Game, aren't you?
No. The world's greatest role-playing game I'm saying is Hyperborea.
I know.
One of the greatest, which I'm not saying that's true though. I mean, it may not be the greatest game ever, but it's pretty good. One of the things I really like about it though, and I will keep bringing this up till the end of time, is how they handle mages and the weapons they can use, and clerics and the weapons they can use. Like, your typical starting mage doesn't get a ton of weapons if we're talking like the baseline mage, but some of the subtype mages get like all kinds of wild ass weapon choices. But as a power gaming bastard, I'm going to tell you right now, some of them are traps. Like the pyromancer can take a long or two-handed scimitar. That's awesome. But do you really want your 0 armor, die 4 hit point dude running up on somebody with a scimitar? I mean, that shit's not going to work out great.
No, he might get one lucky shot, but then everything else is just going to get an average shot, and that's going to be too much.
But
then, as for clerics, 2E did it best, and they opened the door for everybody else to come afterwards. Clerics get to use the same damn thing as their deity, and anything similar. If your god's a god of hunting, well then, guess what? You can use a bow, you can use a spear, because your god does too. Why wouldn't you be able to do the same thing? And emulate your deity, right?
In Hyperborea, clerics just have a massive list of weapons they can take.
Yeah, the whole Order of Templar type of clerics that we played for decades was was okay. It was fun, but it was inaccurate as hell. Most clerics, like most of them, use the exact opposite weapons as our old mace and flail clerics, right?
A lot of them, yeah.
I mean, if you took them all throughout history or whatever, most of them would use everything but a mace and a flail and a staff. Maybe not the staff. The staff is kind of universal, like
This is
the first
something from
weapon.
2E you would like. There's a subclass of cleric called the priest, and he can only wear cloth armor. He's got a relatively limited weapon set, but he can cast twice as many cleric spells as an actual cleric.
What about the turn undead?
Better at that too.
Better at?
So he starts the game at first level, not counting any bonus spells he might get for wisdom, being able to cast 2 spells instead of 1. And if he's got a decent wisdom, he's going to get that bonus first level spell. So he's going to start the game level 1 with 3 first level spells that he can cast every day. But the negative is his weapon selection is pretty ass, and
No armor.
can't wear armor, and his hit die are even a little low. They're die 6 instead of die 8, I believe.
Well, I mean the wisdom bonus for an 18 wisdom back in the day was 2 first level spells bonus.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Now, in this game, it's 1 bonus spell at each level up to 4.
yeah, that's
So,
significantly less
So
than
when you hit 3rd level and you get your first, 2nd level spell, you get
You
an
get one.
additional 2nd level spell. And then when you get your first, 3rd level spell, you get an additional 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
All the way to 4, which is pretty much very
yeah,
good.
that might be a little better in the when you get to the 4th level spell for versus an 18 wisdom AD&D style, but I think an 18 wisdom got you 2 first, 2 second, and a 3rd, and maybe a 4th. I'd have to look it up, and I'm lazy. But after a certain point, if you've made it to 3rd or 4th level, that in itself is kind of its own reward, and you have a lot more to do every day. And if you've got a decent wisdom, so you don't get the 4th level, maybe the chance of you getting to 8th level to get the 4th level spell.
There's no attribute requirement to get the higher level spell.
No. What I mean is you actually making it to 8th level. The odds of making it to 8th level in today's environment are pretty slim, not because of survival, but because of game breakup.
Right. I don't have to worry about that.
I kind of do. Every game I've been in the last couple of years, only one of them did I make it to 9th level. Everything else stopped at about 5th.
I don't know then.
Just game. The GM wants to move on, players move on, what have you.
Talk to Off Grid Gamer and tell him, look, I will just consider running Hyperborea, but only if you promise that you will not quit the game.
Well, he's still in my AD&D game, and we're going to be starting our 3rd year in January.
Okay, so that was the wrong one to pick, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, so someone says, yes, I'll be there for 2 years, I promise. Well, I could die, or they could die, or a whole bunch of things could happen.
So you could both die in some kind of weird jilted lover murder suicide situation.
No, that can't happen. But I mean, there's a million.
It could happen. You might not know that you're in it.
That would be the first time.
You're dealing with people on the internet. I mean, if I remember correctly, a guy joined my chat the other day.
Yes.
And the first thing he asked is if you were gay because he was attracted to you.
No, the first thing he asked was I married, which is the same freaking thing.
Oh,
The
because
command-
he's like, because when you said you weren't into dudes, he's like, dang it.
Yeah.
Plus
two
one.
first, two second, a third, and a fourth for an
Third,
18. Thank you. So that's so AD&D is still better. Not a
So
problem.
in this game, which does not have as many levels of spells as AD&D does, it's plus one per level up to 4. And the spells tend to be much more powerful than their AD&D equivalents.
Yeah, well,
The fact that
when you've got to spread them out for 7 levels or 9 levels, you kind of have to have some room to grow, which is kind of
well,
uh,
those are mostly handled shadow by class abilities,
what do you
and there
mean?
are lots of them that you get as you level up in the class.
Yeah, I started working on a game, and uh, I my basic premise is something along this, is that you already is that you okay. Have you ever played you played AD&D? Have you ever played a ninth or 10th level fighter who had a castle?
I have never been the guy, but I have ran the game where that
Okay,
guy existed.
or a thief with a thieves guild, or a wizard with a tower, or a priest with a temple.
Again, I've been the guy who ran the game that where players had that. I've never been the guy to actually have that personally.
Okay,
Because for I guess the first 20 years of my role playing whatever, I was the forever DM always.
same here.
So, you know, but I still had a good time. I mean, my best friend, I talk about how not only did he end up with his own, not kingdom, it was like a barony, but still.
Mhm.
And then his main character ended up dying of old age. And then his son become his new character.
It was a
Hello, everyone.
Dean.
Name
Perfect. I was feeling bad. I got to go use the
running
restroom.
around with
So, Dean,
Ongar's character.
handle my light work with this schmo, will you? I'll be right back, guys.
So
All right.
basically, what Shadow is trying to do, he want to reinvent Pendragon, but he wanted to be less obnoxious rule-wise, is what my guess is going to be.
It sounds like that's exactly what I thought, actually. Oh, see, look at it. It's like, okay, but there's full rules for like doing that in like AD&D, other AD&D, Hyboria, OSE, Dragon Slayer. I mean, really a polycule. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to open the chat. There we go.
It was weird though, Andre. This dude drops in the chat, and like the first thing he's doing is like hitting on Shadow, and like trying to find out if Shadow's into a little Viking love or whatever.
Oh, dear.
I know, right? And
Yeah.
it's like, and Shadow's like, no, I'm married. But then he said something, I forget what it was. And I was like, so are you saying if you weren't married, you'd consider it? And he's like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I mean,
I mean, that's probably goes down to like verbal text. Like when I say something isn't bad, I have like a bad habit of like say it's not too bad or it's probably not bad, which technically means something else than it's not bad.
well, it's like when I say, sometimes I'll say something is a thing, but I'll say it in a way that it's like, I'll say, like, so anyway, basically, it's like this, except I mean, literally, it's like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I-
I try not to speak in such, terms that are so whatever, right?
Yeah, undecided or vague.
Right. I tend to speak in undecided and vague terms. And then I go back and say, no, what I actually mean, guys.
Yeah.
It's literally this way. And so I've been working on that. But I've been having a lot of fun actually, having Shadow on as the uh, foil to my Hyperborean whatever has actually been, I think, really good. You know,
I have noticed that you two are good at talking things up from opposite side without actually, how should we say, needing to bury the hatchet inside, bury the hatchet afterwards.
well, I think it's because Shadow and I are both of a temperament where it's like we're not likely to get aggravated about someone else's opinion about a video game. It's like, whatever, man, you know? Like, I'll tell Shadow things are away, and I am a natural hedger in expressions, but I've been breaking myself of that, Andre, and being more, like I was saying, like I had a horrible tendency of never like making my mind up about things. So my wife would always be like, "What do you want for dinner?" And I thought I was being a nice guy by being like, "I don't care, whatever you want," right?
Yeah,
And it turned out I wasn't being a nice guy, as being a bad husband.
yeah. That is
Because,
unfortunately the well. There is the old joke that like a woman never knows what they want for dinner.
right. And it turns out that what she wanted was me to tell her what I wanted so that she could do what I wanted
Yeah,
because she was trying to be nice. You know what I mean? She wanted to be nice. She wanted to cook what I wanted. And I was too busy, you know, being indifferent about it. And so eventually I clued in and realized I need to be just a little bit more assertive when she asks me a direct question, you know, like, and since then, I tell you what, things have been working out way better, you know.
that's
She
great to
comes
hear.
in, she's like, "What do you want for dinner?" And I'm like, "What are the options?" She's like, "I don't know, we could do this, this, or this." And I'll say, "I want this." And she'll be like, "Okay, thanks for playing." And she'll go on and make it, you know. She just, but like I said, one thing she does every day that's adorable, no matter what she cooks, when we sit down at the table and say prayer, she will sit there and stare at me until I take a bite of it. And it's not because she's trying to poison me, it's because she loves to see me take a bite of it and be like, "Damn, that's really good." You know what I mean? Like she
Yeah,
loves that. So that's kind of the whole reason she cooks is so
yeah.
that I can be like, "Damn, that's really good," you know?
I'm already jealous.
Well, I'm just, you know, I'm still of an age where I'm trying to figure them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not, I'm still 50 something, still haven't figured them out. So there's that, you know.
I mean, remember that what do you call it? Oh yeah, Solomon. He had all the wisdom in the world, and he still made mistakes when it came to women. And I don't mean like his harem. I mean in general.
Hmm.
But yes, the harem was definitely a big mistake.
Well, the problem with him was that he got booty blind,
Yeah.
you know. That one pagan chick apparently was super hot and he wanted to run up in it. And she kept being like, "No, unless you worship my gods." And yeah,
Fine. Let me build you a temple.
yep. Actually, you did worse than build her a temple.
Oh, I know.
He also crushed a handful of locusts as a sacrifice to Moloch. And that is really the thing, you know. Not
Yeah.
only did he build a temple for this hooker, but he actually took part in. Yep, yep, you're not wrong, Andre. You're speaking wise words. It took me a long time to realize, And it hit me like I was actually reading one of the books that the Saints wrote. I think it was either Polycarp or see, it's going to be that time of day. It might have been Polycarp. It might have been one of the other guys, but regardless. And as I was reading the book, I came to the conclusion of what I was doing, and I realized that I wasn't being a very good leader at all of the house and everything like that, that it was my obligation to be a better man for her, and that includes, when she needs somebody to make a decision, making it. I mean, she already knows if she needed somebody to go take somebody out, I'd do it. So now I just had to learn to pick what's for dinner. So, yeah. So,
Unrelated. So you're familiar with the Artok server, the server for like Axe and Ascendance, right?
I am.
Yeah. We came to a fun conclusion today. So AI is not good at a lot of things.
Yeah, like weird house floor plans that.
Oh yeah, that was the thing I was going to bring up. That like if you wanted to do some either phase stuff called Cthulhu or like non-Euclidean, you could make them do floor plans for you, and then just run from that.
Yeah. Like I'm looking at this house and I'm like, how many bathrooms does this house have? It looked like it had like 7. I don't know. I mean, the mud room, not really a bathroom, but still.
Yeah, the mud room and laundry, the coat closet,
and then the one room that God only knows what it was because I don't even recognize the language.
Oh yeah, the one where it messes up at the master version.
Man, it was like I was like, is that Polish?
It's nothing. It's
something.
I mean, someone found the what do you call it writing, and it doesn't mean anything. It's basically it took a rune or something and shove it in the middle.
Well, I know
not a rune, a script.
Language. They love the letter Z.
I mean, the reason for that is basically the language should technically use acrylic or whatever it's. No, yeah, the one they use in the East technically.
Cyrillic.
Yeah, Cyrillic. But they're contrarian, so they use the what do you call it, the Latin script, and then they need to use the C and X a lot more.
And not only that, but the Polish version of Slavic language was heavily influenced by Scythians and other tribes that were in that region, like the Wends.
Yeah.
So that's why Polish is so very different than some of the neighboring languages. But then again, I mean, it's like Balkans. You go to the Balkans, Serbians speak a language that, I mean, if you listen hard enough, you can actually almost understand it if you speak Russian. But then you get to a Bosnian and it's like, what are you saying? I mean,
the Bosnian also have the disadvantage that there's a lot of Ottoman transplants there.
Right.
Not necessarily Turks, but just from Anatolia and beyond.
Right. So, pretty funny. But yeah. So, I have made a stack of characters for Hyperborea that, I kid you not, is an inch thick.
There's an inch thick, yeah.
An inch thick. I don't even know how many exact characters it is, but the stack is well around an inch, maybe a little more thick. And what's even crazier about it is like the fighter classes I've made, they only require 2 sheets. So you figure there's hundreds of sheets there.
So basically,
Actually,
it's all the character attributes, and then the second page is the equipment.
the first and second, the first page is attributes, skills, what weapons you have
Yeah.
handy, etc. And then the second page is like other equipment, class abilities,
Okay.
stuff like that. And then if you're playing a mage, you have a third page that is how many spells you can cast, what school of sorcery you are, and then what you know versus what you have memorized. Yeah, South Slavic versus East Slavic. Except
I was about to ask, where's Shadow? Like, did he point to his nose because he needed
No, he's right
cocaine,
there.
or?
No, he was when he is doing that. He's saying
Oh
you're
yeah.
dead on the nose.
Ah. Honestly, I thought it was like like pointing on the eyes, but at least what do you call it?
If you
Evil
point at
version.
eyes like this, that means
looking
I
at
am
you.
watching
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
But
I
if
know
you-
that one. We
But
had
if
that
someone
one.
says something and you touch the tip of your nose, it means you're 100% correct. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm doing.
The one on the nose that makes sense is just I'm just used to it either mean like I need to go to the bathroom or I need to snort cocaine. Of course, not a lot of people snort cocaine anymore, but it used to mean that.
Yeah, no Bolivian marching powder for this guy.
Well, you need to get your numbers up then, Dean. Call your countrymen and be like, what's going on here, guys? Yeah, he went to check on his sister was.
What are those? Like what sister wives?
It's your sister, but you've married her.
Ah,
No. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Then what is it?
Wrong, 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 wrong. It's a Mormon thing where when you marry multiple women, they are called sister wives.
oh, so they're like sisters to each other.
They're sisters to each other, wives to you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Trip out.
So it's nowhere
Well,
near as disgusting as you were thinking.
Hey, because
I
I've
mean,
heard
it's
it
still
used in
technically
that context.
incest if they're sisters, even if they're adopted. But I digress.
Right.
Yeah, it's all wrong.
And
And
the
if I was
Mormon
going to
church-
have multiple wives, I would not want them knowing each other. Last thing I need is that shit. Wow.
Well, guess what? In a lot of Mormon polygamists, what they do is they actually legally marry one woman and then they marry the other wives in the church, but not legally. And then the one wife stays with the husband in his house, and all the other wives get on benefits, welfare and whatever, and live in like public housing. And then the husband just swings through every now and then when he's in the mood to knock one of them up or something.
That does make sense. The Mormons do have the bleeding the beast doctrine, which is basically you're welcome to use what do you call government benefit and say government jobs because it's gonna make them spend more and eventually they will collapse.
Mm-hmm. Now in Utah, especially, in Salt Lake City, they have whole groups of cops, and their only job is to figure out if that's what's going on. And if it is, then people go to jail. I mean,
Yeah.
one, because you're committing welfare fraud, and two, because you married more than one person, which is against the law. It's felony, so yeah. And that is why a lot of the really weird ones move to Texas or Arizona, where they end up getting caught and thrown in prison for like 150 years for, marrying underage girls and all kinds of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I the only Mormons I really know about is the liberal ones in California because apparently a friend of mine joined their church. And it's kind of weird because so they do follow the Book of Mormon, but they Like they can drink hot drinks and alcohol and so forth, and that's like really weird because you would think like the alcohol thing, and they wouldn't. Yeah, they would stay with that one.
Well, the Coca-Cola thing was banned for a very long time amongst the Mormons.
Yeah.
And then at some point in like the late 80s, 90s, the apostles in Salt Lake City decided they could have caffeine.
Yeah.
So then that whole thing changed.
But it was something like, oh, but the drink can't be hot, which then made it so they couldn't have hot chocolate.
So they could drink Coca-Cola though.
Yeah.
Can you imagine not being able to drink a cup of like hot tea? I mean, that'd be a wasted pack of Earl Grey in my pantry, I guess.
That's weird.
What are you drinking, by the way?
Water.
Oh, okay.
Anytime you see me drinking out of my world's best Dungeon Master cup that one of my players bought for me, it's water. Now, if I'm drinking out of a glass like this, it's almost always coffee or tea. And then if I'm drinking out of a can of Monster Energy drink, well, I mean, I shouldn't have to really go into detail about what that is. And of course, I like the white one because it's orange flavored. And I've always been a huge fan of any artificial flavor that tries to be orange.
It is
Shadow. He looks like a Neanderthal.
He's reading something he's confused about.
Fire, like for the first time, just out in the middle of the forest because lightning struck. And he's like standing 20 feet back watching it, trying to figure out what, his next move is about. I mean, Shadow, did that ever happen to you?
Nope.
Okay.
No, he wasn't the one told by angels, what do you call it, how to make war and so forth. He was told by his grandfather, Adam, how to make fire, to cook food and so forth.
Which would mean, Adam could cook food and everything. Remember, he lived on bread. That would make Shadow one of Seth's many sons, who would then go on.
Not accurate, but okay.
Who would then go on to eventually get completely wiped out, except for Noah's family. And then Noah's family, his 3 sons, would eventually leave their father's tent and go forth into the world and form. Now, a lot of people don't like this, but this is Jewish teaching, the 3 peoples of the world. So Ham, the one who was cursed to always be a slave and a servant and, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. He becomes the forefather of all the Africans. And Japheth, he went north and becomes the forefather of all the Europeans. And the 3rd son goes east and becomes the forefather of all the Asians. According to the Old Testament.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Now, if you combine that with the idea of humans migrating, either out of or into Africa or whatever, it's like chalk one up for the Bible. They basically talk about the 3 tribes and how they migrated around the world and become who they become. It's like, okay. I mean, so the story of Noah and his sons actually lines up with what scientists say about humanity moving wherever and eventually becoming these different ethno groups. Shadow's thinking so hard, man. I can see it. Ask the question, Shadow. You got a question. I know you do.
No, I was checking on the package to see if it was arriving today.
You had to clarify, what, who is in the audience. What kind of package?
It's a Planet of the Apes t-shirt.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I try to get like t-shirts to go with whatever, I'm talking about when it's going to be like, for example, the Planet of the Apes RPG. I'm doing, series on it. And it's, it's one of those things that I try to do to make the show, make it look like I put some effort into whatever it is I'm talking about instead
Yeah.
of just talking out my ass, like I
I
do
mean,
Monday
that
through
is a lot
Friday.
more effort than a lot of how to say people who just put up a screen. I know, like both of you, like don't like people just talking to an image, but there's a lot of people who do that.
Yeah.
Or do that. I forgot if it does it do.
And it serves two purposes. Like the other day, I was wearing the Creature from the Black Lagoon T-shirt that I got because I talked about the Creature from the Black Lagoon movie, and I went out and I wore it, and from like 40 feet, maybe even 50 feet away, some dude yells at me, "Dude, Creature from the Black Lagoon's my favorite movie," and I'm like, "Okay, weirdo," you know.
I
I
mean,
should have went and
You
talked to
know,
him.
he was trying to reach out and be
I
like,
know, I
"Oh,
know. The
fellow
one
nerd."
time, that wearing a T-shirt with something on it I like actually pays off. I was in like a mad hurry to run into Walmart and grab something stupid and then get the hell out of there.
See, when I wear my shirt about liberating Constantinople, I typically get different looks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to buy a couple of shirts like that as well. Like for example, like my Hungar shirt, it disappeared for like 6 months because my wife hated it.
Hated it or was sleeping with it curled up by her pillow.
No, she hated it because there was the woman on it.
Oh,
She hated it, and she tried to play it off like it was lost in the laundry. And I'm like, because when I bitched about it enough, it magically appeared on the floor in the laundry room, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly how that works. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
you were all like throwing down in Spanish. You're like,
No.
"Que paso?"
But
Right?
but yeah, Shadow. We
Monday
now,
at Hungar shirt.
but
Per
yeah, Shadow.
favor.
We now believe that you married a Hispanic woman. You don't have to prove it anymore. That story
And
that solidifies it.
right, and then the other day I'm wearing my Elvira shirt, and she's like, why do you got to wear that? I'm like, because she was a friend of mine. She's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I used to hang out with her back in the day. Every Friday night she'd hand me tickets to midnight at the movies for Saturday night and Friday and Saturday night. She'd hand me tickets for Friday and Saturday, and me and my buddies would go and watch, Song Remains the Same, Rocky Horror Picture Show, whatever they were playing. And she's like, why do you got to wear the shirt? It's like, because she's famous. All my friends love her, and the shirt glows in the dark. And she's just like, So
So I sent a certain person we all know in a completely non-sexual, non-flirty way the video for This Corrosion and Lucretia,
Bauhaus?
my reflection,
No, Sisters of Mercy.
right?
Right.
And I said, these are the songs I was talking to you about. If you want to check them out. And she did. And she's like, okay, they were pretty good. And I said, but did they make you goth? And so a couple days later, she sent me a picture all completely dressed up in like goth gear. And she's like, I guess so. I was like, laughing my ass off.
If it's who I'm thinking about, those are just photoshopped.
I don't know if it's who you're thinking about, and I'm not saying names.
Okay.
And I don't care if they're photoshopped. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow, do you get comedy?
No, most of your Earth humor is lost on me.
I got it.
Earth humor. See, there you go, wanting to play Hyperborea again. What? Did you not learn Earth humor because you learned your sorcery on Saturn?
Something like that.
That's actually a thing in Hyperborea. There's an actual story where
Same as this book. Imagine that.
yeah, there's an actual there's an actual story where this inquisitor is hunting this sorcerer, and the sorcerer jumps through a portal and ends up on Saturn, and the inquisitor jumps through the portal and also ends up on Saturn. And then they're journeying around. They put their beef aside, you know, and then they start just journeying around the world trying to figure out like what to do, you know, with themselves. Because, you know, they're on this alien world. And like the first thing they encounter this group of people, and the way they reproduce is they pick a woman and they feed her like some kind of special food that makes her blow up, like get really big. And then they pick by lotto or whatever the men that they think will make the most healthy children. And then those men reproduce with the woman. And when she gives birth to like the entire next generation of the tribe, right?
So like Veruca's salt or bigger?
No, like gigantic, humongous, right?
So like bigger.
But the problem is
That sounds
because
nasty.
they're considering going along with it, but then they find out that after she gets pregnant, they actually kill and prepare food for her out of the mates. You know?
There's always a catch.
Yeah, like
I've
Although
never
I
been,
would
I've never
always,
been that blue. Just saying.
although I would already say it's already a big catch when it's like one woman and several men. But I digress.
well, usually it would be one man, but because these were two people from different planet, they were hoping that, you know, they would be able to, you know,
What? Do some sort of Eiffel Tower
strengthen their
bullshit?
genes or something.
Devil's three-way, nasty.
No, they were hoping it would strengthen their genes because over time, these people's heads, they lost their necks and their faces were literally where their chests were. But it hadn't always been that way. They remembered a time when they had necks and heads. And they were hoping by getting these two humans to reproduce with their blobulous woman that maybe the children would be born.
Freaking! I would just run screaming from that place as fast and as far as I could.
Well, I mean, they agreed to do it, and then as soon as the guards weren't looking, they hauled ass.
Well,
And then
they're
they
lucky
ended
there
up
weren't
with
any
another
geese involved
tribe,
there.
and the other tribe totally wasn't like that at all, and they looked mostly human. And
Mostly.
but the thing is, it's like the sorcerer who worshipped Sasagua and was being hunted down by an inquisitive cleric who worshipped the god of the stags and elk and whatever. Yeah, Sasagua said if you ever get in trouble, you can always jump to Saturn. So that's how they got there. But then the problem is Sasagua's kin, some of them still live on Saturn. And the sorcerer ran up to one and like said what he thought he was supposed to say. And the thing said something back. And you find out later when he says the words to the second tribe of people he ran into, that what the Sagua's kin had said was be on your way and go away or some shit like that. So now the sorcerer's like, really? Really, dude? And the way to describe Saturn is crazy. It's like there's no dirt. It's just basically ash that is occasionally wetted by rain of some type. And the only thing that grows in this ash is mushrooms of various types. And some of them are big enough that there's an actual group of people that live in the mushrooms. And so all they get to eat all the time is these freaking mushrooms.
So that's where the Smurfs come from.
Is this Hyperborea or is this a novel again?
This is a novel by the guy who Hyperborea is based on.
Okay.
Where
Because,
two magic users actually end up on Saturn, which, if you've heard me yammer on about Hyperborea, you know is visible from Hyperborea. You can see Saturn big in the sky. And the main god worshipped on Hyperborea by common humans came from Saturn. Well, first he came from Saturn to Earth. Okay, first he came from somewhere that we don't know about. Then he was on Saturn. Then he went to Earth. And then when Hyperborea starts sinking underneath the Arctic Ocean, he used his arcane, Cthulhu magic to rip it out of the earth and put it in orbit around Saturn.
Yeah.
And
The reason why I ask is the description of Saturn. That sounds a little bit like in like Morrowind, if you remember that game.
Morrowind, I remember Morrowind. It was a great game.
Because that the theme there was also like ash and mushrooms.
Yeah, that was one of the places. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the Dark Elves live.
Yep. I played that game.
It's
I
all
had fun with that
freaking-
game, but unfortunately, when it became pay to play and everything you paid for would go away if you missed a payment, I'm like, I'm out. Fuck this.
That sounds like the MMO, not the actual.
That means you were playing Elder Scrolls Online.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of fun in that area. I had a lot of fun playing that game. What
did you play?
A Dark Elf.
I can see it. To be fair, they're also really cool Dark Elves in that game.
I played Dragon Knight, and as soon as I was level 50, I tracked down the vampire lair and became a vampire.
Yeah, I didn't go that right. I didn't play that DLC, but I played like almost all the others, and I was having a crap ton of fun. But then one month I just missed, paying my $15 or whatever dollars it was a month, and I could play, but I couldn't go to any of the stuff that I'd unlocked, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
That sounds like boomer stuff because that never happened to me, and I played that game for like 2 years.
No, literally.
I played that game right up until they nerfed my entire character build.
Well, I was playing on the PlayStation 4.
Oh, there's your problem.
Yeah.
No, man, PC Master Race.
Yeah, I don't.
But the original Morrowind is also good if you want to play like an RPG, like a computer game. RPG.
The original Morrowind was a great single-player computer game.
Yeah,
and I also played it on the Xbox, but the previous one, like 10 years before that, had a lot of fun as well.
That was actually a good port. It's just it's the PC version is better with what we can do today. Cause like
it just sucked because it wasn't on PC.
Yeah, I don't usually play
running a badass GeForce freaking.
Yeah, I'm a console guy when it comes to video games.
Screen rate's like 120, and you can sneak up on other players and gank the shit out of them. See, I knew my character was going to get banned when I killed 40 other players by myself at a keep siege. That's when I realized, I'm going to get banned really hard, because I'd hang out in like one of our keeps, and in Elden Ring, it's Dark Elves, the Vikings, whatever the hell they're called, and I think the lizard people,
Argonians,
and maybe the cat people too.
Khajiit.
That's one faction, and then the other faction is like the Bretonians or whatever. The
Bretonians,
and then the orcs, the high elves, and like the wood elves.
Yeah,
and the wood elves are all cannibalistic assholes with like deer antlers or some shit.
The way wood elves work in that setting is basically they talk to the trees, so they don't want to eat them, but they still need food. So they basically hunt animals and people.
Mm-hmm.
If they live in their forest, elsewhere they can't hear the trees and plants and so forth speak to them. But
so basically, here's what you do. You can't do it anymore. I
don't think you were ever allowed to eat people.
You hang out in the keep. Well, no, it's PvP. We're fighting over castles, right? Mm-hmm. So I'd hang out at a castle, and when the supposed good guy or whatever raid would show up and they would start banging on the door, I would jump into the middle of them. I would cast Dragon Knight, Claws of the Dragon, which roots everyone on the spot, but they can still attack, but it roots them, and then immediately hit Cloud of Bats, which turned me into a big swarming cloud of bats. And how the bats worked is they would take damage away from every enemy near me and give it to me as health.
Yeah.
Which meant even if I had 50 people hitting me, it didn't matter because I was draining the life out of all 50 people.
Okay,
And
I can see why they nerfed it.
And then eventually they would all drop dead, and I would turn into bats or vampiric speed, which means I would go invisible, and literally nothing moved faster. And I could just zip across the table to the next battle.
Yeah.
And yeah, about a month later, they're like, yeah, we're nerfing that shit. Because they couldn't have one player just completely dominate an entire race.
Yeah, that's not how the game is supposed to work. I understand why they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of missed that game, but I just.
If you wanted to be a real butthead, you went through the whole quest to become a werewolf, and then you spent the rest of your game time regretting that you become a werewolf.
Yep, I saw that coming. I didn't do the vampire, didn't do the werewolf. I did like so much that my character, because it was a girl, because I told, like I explained to Jackie, if I'm going to be watching my character's ass as I play, it's going to be a little hot chick.
That's a great excuse. No one buys it though.
Shadow, I thought it was just because you wanted a smaller hitbox.
There was that too.
That's a better excuse. And in Dark Age of Camelot, when I was playing on the Hibernian side, every class that could be a Lorraine, which is basically a leprechaun, if you were smart, you would be.
Yeah.
Because they were literally 2.5 feet tall. So if you were running through the frontier through tall grass, at a distance, your opponents couldn't even see you.
Yeah. So Shadow,
my character got so powerful.
So Shadow, your character had great aesthetic. What else was up?
My character was so powerful in the game because I've done everything that I didn't even bother wearing any kind of armor or anything. So she just walked around in her skivvies. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was giving me shit about it. I'm like, okay, bring it.
I'm sure.
You're
walking around in your skivvies. Everyone's giving you say shit, but probably it was gold and plat. And,
no. Nobody ever did any of that. They would say shit, and I'm like, what? None of that stuff doesn't, it doesn't matter anymore.
Look,
I maxed out everything.
For a long period of time knows that there are douchebags that play female characters specifically to gold bag.
Yeah. Deerstalker and Viva La Dirt League did a bunch of videos on that, which I thought were humorous, but nobody ever did that. I just ran around to do the missions, kill shit, do some raids, things like that, and I gotten so many other powerful like weapons and rings and jewelry and crap that the armor and the shield and all that crap didn't mean a damn thing. Plus, I think I was playing a wizard anyways. So it didn't matter, But I found that, like, I've got this really nice easy chair where I would play video games from, and if I sit in it for more than 20 minutes, I'm going to sleep. That's all there is to it. If I sit still to watch a movie or read or whatever it is, if I do that, I'm just out like a light.
That sounds like a great life.
It's not bad, I can't complain.
He's got the old man energy kicking where it's just like,
yeah, I got enough energy to make breakfast and take a nap. Then I'm done for the day. Yeah.
I'm on you, Shadow. I know what you were doing.
What was I doing?
You were probably sending direct messages to freaking noobs.
No.
LOL, tee. I'm new to the game. Can you help me out?
No. I did have people say that to me occasionally, but I was just like, so good luck. What the fuck is that?
And then
I'm trying to get it. There we go. Now it's refocusing.
And then Shadow.
Like I'm guilty. I didn't do that shit. I didn't need to. I mean, after a certain point,
Back then, they didn't have Discord. Remember when we played DOC? I always bought TeamSpeak, and the whole point was so I could tell who the boys and the girls were, because I don't like playing those games, right? But Shadow, right, he didn't have Discord, so he was just cyber sexting people for money.
Oh.
No, that's not true.
Don't act like people didn't do that shit. Don't
I'm
act
not
like
saying that
people
they
gave
didn't.
you a ton of stuff just because your character was hot, even though you didn't ask for it.
I never asked for it. No.
You didn't ask for me to hunt you down and break up your whole guild just so you would join mine.
No, I didn't ask for that either.
No, you didn't, but I did. I wrecked
I
all
thought
your
you just-
shit.
I thought you just wanted me because I was an excellent healer.
You were an excellent healer. Therefore, I was willing to destroy everything to get you on my team. And I did too. I was probably on Palmighty's server the most hated single human being.
To your credit, James, you are of Scottish heritage, even the Scot-Irish, and the Scots did bribe kidnapping, so...
Well, to my
I know it was formalized, but still.
to my whatever, I'm actually more Danish than I am Scot or Irish. How I ended up with the name I got, I have no idea. I am 4% Irish ethnicity. I'm
8% considerably more than that, but I
But back when I was playing Dark Age of Camelot, I still thought I was Irish because I'd been told I was my whole life. So of course I played the Irish side, Hibernia. But see, my current wife had this cute little Celtic druid, she had like the knotwork tattoo across her face, the long blonde hair and everything. You didn't have the face tats? I did. And she was in another guild that was a bunch of jackasses. So, I'd throw my weight around and get her in my guild, which wasn't hard because her old guild had like 10 people in it and my guild had like 180. So, and pretty much my entire side of the war hated me almost as much as the enemies hated me. They all hated me. And I did spiteful shit nonstop too. Like sometimes we would go to an enemy castle, and instead of knocking the walls down with our trebuchets and then going in and capturing the castle, we would just knock every wall down and every tower down and then leave. Because it costs the enemy team a lot of money to repair.
Yeah.
So we were just draining them, And then when I leveled up my ranger, which is a stealth class with a bow, I immediately had him tweaked to the max with all the best equipment he could have. And I would just sneak over to the Albion newbie zone where like all of their lobies would be out trying to level and just gank them all day.
Oh, so you are the guy who that South Park World of Warcraft character is based on.
Oh, they hated me, especially because there were enemies out in their land called the Lil, and they were like a kind of fairy, but they were human looking, but really small, and they were aggro to everyone, and they were purple to 50, so they were powerful, right? But if you killed the Spriggans, like in the very next zone, you build up faction with the Lil. So I figured that out and I just killed Spriggans all day until the Lil liked me. And then I would just stand in the middle of the Lil village. And when the Albions would come out, because they had actual class quests where they had to kill Lils in order to go to the next level and shit, I'd just unstealth, kill them. and if any of them charged me, then every Lil in the zone would just plow. And boy, they hated my guts. We had our own server for chatting called palo.net. And I used to love to log on to that server and just listen to all the people bitching. Just bitching about like what a horrible person I was and how they hoped I'd die in real life and like all that shit, man.
That didn't happen.
Huh?
Yeah, that definitely didn't happen.
Oh, I didn't die in real life. You're right. But, oh yeah.
But yeah, James, I can say one thing. I'm glad you're a team player when it comes to D&D and the like.
I was a team player in this game. I was the leader, not only of the largest guild on the server, but of the largest alliance. Because in this game, you could be, if you were a guild leader, you could agree with another guild leader to form an alliance, which would allow you to chat with each other on alliance chat. And I built a huge alliance. So anytime the Bretonians, which are British, or the Vikings wanted to act up, you know, it'd be like, all right, we've got enemy here. I could type that shit in an alliance. And the next thing you know, there'd be like 80 people just show up. Blah. And they didn't like it. And
Sounds
of course, my Canadian buddy Skid, his whole deal was he didn't like PvP at all, but he loved leading raids, right? So he would lead all the raids, and then he would tell everyone who went on the raids, and some of these raids could take 100 players to succeed, that if certain items dropped, they automatically went to me. And everyone had to agree with that, or they wouldn't be allowed to go on the raid.
Yeah.
Even though I wasn't on the raid myself. So he would go out, like say I really wanted the Malice Axe because it was a really good weapon. He would go out and run a raid over and over and over again until he got the Malice Axe, and then it was my axe. And in that way, I had probably the best geared character in the game. Like, there were multiple times where I got jumped by assassins, and it might be 3 or 4 English infiltrators, and I would just kill all of them. You know, because they weren't geared up. They didn't, you know, whatever, right? And my character was max, 100% maxed out in every way. So, yeah, I could pretty much kill anyone one-on-one. Hell, did. Years and years and years ago, my best friend Marcus, for Christmas, he made me this glass and velvet thing that had a picture of my character in my green and yellow armor. And my shield was green with like a white Celtic tree with knotwork. And it just had all of the... Because in this game, anytime you killed an enemy player, it would say so-and-so was killed by. And this whole thing is like hundreds of killed by concubars. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I was that guy, you know. I'd just go out and start murdering everything and everyone. And I mean, I'm sitting here telling you like it was something cool now, when in fact it was super nerdy, you know, spending 8 hours a day on an MMO. Just so I could crank a character way up and then run around and fight over imaginary castles. But that's what I did. That's what I
I mean, I
did.
did do that for a short period, play MMOs and stuff. It's just, I found out that I had 1 or 2 problems. Either I was in uneven level with the friends I played with because you had different time you could play.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't think I like grinding that much.
Yeah. DAOC, the grinding was freaking terrible. They changed it, which I think ruined the game. Because people were bitching about how terrible the grinding was. It took the same amount of XP to go from level 49 to 50, which was cap, as it took to go from level 1 to 49. It's fucking nuts.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That
it's
is,
fucking nuts. When I
very
hit level 50 and I would run around the homeland, Hibernia, right? Like players would be like, holy shit, you know, like people would be shocked to see a level 50. But
Yeah.
at that time, I was grinding 8 to 10 hours a day nonstop. Just nonstop. I would go to the Finlith, which is like some kind of Irish ghosts or something. And they gave the best XP, and the spawned really fast. So I'd get a Finlith group set up, and we would grind that shit 8 hours at a time. And you would be lucky. It was like 10 bubbles to go up a level, you would be lucky to get one bubble after 10 hours of grinding fins. And that was the absolute best way to level up. So yeah, when I leveled up to 50, like there was maybe probably under 100 level 50s on the whole server, every side. And at that time, this game, the server I was on, had like 2,000 or 3,000 concurrent players. So
Yeah, that is true, George. That's also why games like Final Fantasy 14, as many faults you can say the game has, it does allow you to level quickly, so you can get to the late games that's been added later. So you're not stuck. What do you call it? Not being able to play with your friends, quote unquote.
Hungar was playing that for a long time, and I made a character, a spear fighter or whatever. And I thought it was okay, but you know what my problem is?
Dark
Age of Camelot.
Money ladies.
Dark Age of Camelot. I invested so much time getting where I got in that game that now every other game just feels like shit.
That is fair.
What I mean? It's like I don't want to play them. They just don't feel good to me. They seem pointless. You can level too quick.
Yeah.
In my opinion, nothing you do matters at all.
So I know what's going on there, James.
Yeah.
That is actually a thing in psychology. I don't know if there is a name for it, but basically, when you put your work into something, it becomes part of you. That's also where like land ownership and so forth theories come. Like when you mix your labor with the land, you own it. And that's one of the things that say happens psychologically, like with you with the Dark Age of Camelot. Mm-hmm. It's like you have put your work into it, so you feel like you own it or it's a part of you and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, we had all of the best monster trophies like Cephas, the Phoenix. These were things that would take, tons of people to kill. And if they dropped the trophy, it'd be this big, beautiful thing you could put in the guild house.
Yeah.
And I had paid, because I had made a lot of money, to have the best guild house. And, so basically, it wasn't that I was necessarily a super skilled player. It was more of I had the time to spend and the backup crew to make shit happen. Especially, his name was Don, but we all called him Skid. Lived up in Calgary. I remember the first time I met him, he was like level 15. And he ran up to me, and I was already level 50 by that point. And he's like, "Hey, man, can I join your guild?" And he was already in another guild called Obsidian Order or something, which were, a bunch of nobodies or whatever. And he runs up and he's like, "Can I join your guild?" And I'm like, "Ask me when you're level 50. And he said, "Oh, okay." And he ran off. Well, guess what happened like months later? I'm hanging out and a level 50 guy runs up and it's him. And he's like, "Hey, can I join your guild now?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then he and I gained at the same time every day, and we had TeamSpeak. So, I'd log on and he would log on and he would sing a song to me because he's Canadian and they're weird. And, so every day he'd log on and be like, good morning, hi ho, what a beautiful morning. Good morning to you, right? And I'd be like,
I do know that song, yeah.
I'd be like, "What's up, bro?" And then we would come up with whatever we were doing that day. And whether we were grouped or not, we were in TeamSpeak. So, I remember when some people on my own server tried to cancel me for a joke. Because everybody was telling jokes, and I said, "What do you say to a woman with two black eyes?" And people were like, "What?" And I was like, "Nothing. You already told her twice." Oh, man. People got mad. Like other guilds were talking about how they would never group with my guild. I was just laughing at them like,
yeah. I know that joke, but another one also came to mind for me. It's like, "Be gone, demon."
Be gone, demon. right? So they got super mad. And then my best friend's girlfriend cussed them all out, all the women that were trying to talk shit about me, and was like, I know this guy in real life, you fucking idiots. You're just mad because he's more successful than you, and you're just trying to use this,
Yep.
you
That
know,
is
as a
unfortunately
way to try and tear him down, but it's not going to work. And it
that is
didn't.
unfortunately a very feminine strategy of using secondary or tertiary things to get at someone
Well,
who's
it didn't
successful.
work at all. It was just, you know, I was a weird guild master. Like, one time, my buddy, me and Don are hanging out, Skid, and like my real life best friend is all like, for some reason, what had happened is in real life, one of the people in my guild, their husband had left them to start dating someone who also played the game.
Mm.
So the person who also played the game happened to be friends with my best friend's wife. So they started agitating that I kicked this woman out of the guild.
Oh no.
Oh, what was her name? Tracy, do you remember what's her name? That lived in Texas? Not Keaku. The one that husband left her for. No, the one whose husband left her to date that one whore. The one whose husband left her to date that whore that was related to my best friend's wife.
Oh, that was Talon and Cat.
Huh?
Talon and Cat.
Cat. Because her character name was Katiana. Yeah.
Oh, so okay, so she's a whore and she's named Cats. Yeah, gotcha.
No, she's not a whore. She
Oh,
was
okay.
a really good person.
My
And
bad.
she was in
I got
guild.
the characters mixed up then.
Yes, you did. She was in the guild. She was married to a guy named Talon. Now, I don't know what his real name is, or I don't care what his real name was, but they split up, and Talon started dating my best friend's wife's whore-ass sister. Now, she really was a whore, like for sure, right? Like 4 kids, 4 dads, maybe even 5.
Oh dear.
That kind of girl, right? So then, out of the blue, my best friend and his wife start talking that as the guild master, I need to kick Cat out of the guild. And Skid too, maybe. So instead, I was like, no. So they quit the guild. And so that was an awkward time, you know. But I was never mean to them. When I saw them out on the frontier, I'd always wave, hey, what's up, guys? And eventually, you know, they got over themselves, and me and my buddy become best friends again. But see, that's the kind of shit that happens in MMOs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All
Like-
the things you can't plan for in the gameplay.
Like shit just happening, you know? And the reason is because Talon was like 20 years younger than Kat, but had married her when she was still relatively young and hot, because she basically was this kind of cute Texan girl with giant tits. So he married her even though she was super much older than him. But then when she started getting into her, you know, late 40s, all of a sudden he you know, he was like 20 something and decided, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good age distribution. I'm not saying what he did was right. It's just, 10 years between a man and a woman. That's gonna hit rough.
Well, because she could not have children, and he decided he wanted children.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's
kinda
same as
thought of
it ever
that.
was, right?
Yeah.
Nothing new there. We all have heard that sad story before.
Yeah.
And but me, as the guild leader, I refuse to get rid of Don or Cat. And I didn't give a shit who it pissed off. And I didn't like Talon anyway. I thought he was a scumbag. Like he was never in our guild, I don't think. Because I was just like, fuck that guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's guild drama. If you want to talk about something else,
I actually have a funny story of something that happened today.
okay.
So a friend of mine, he was going to be hired as a porter for like what do you call like some apartment complexes now, some that's just been built. Fortunately, not Section 8. Section 8 is something privately owned. He got fired on before he started. So here's what happened, and it's actually a good story. The guy who had the job originally sued for wrongful termination. So they offered my friend instead the job, what do you call it, as the manager of like 2 complexes. And mind you, he's gonna get paid a lot more. I don't know if there are any benefits other than like he gets free apartment, but he jumped on that really quickly. And yeah,
Well,
we all
lucky
happy for him.
him,
But
man.
that's one of my players. Yeah,
Lucky for him.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's really like God smiling down upon him because like
Yeah.
he already earned more. How should we say like that with compared to his other job because he's in an unfortunate situation where he works what he can get because he couldn't get scholarship and so forth for different colleges. So now that he's a manager, that's really gonna put him up, and also that a free apartment is part of the deal.
So that is a great thing. I'm happy for your friend.
Mm.
So Shadow, have you come up with any other reasons you want to be a hater on Hyperborea?
I don't hate it. It's just not for me, man. Let me. I'm looking for something a little more, fantastical. Let me give you some examples of like.
Listen here, I lurk on your Discord.
Uh-huh.
I know what you say.
I've never said anything anti Hyboria.
You actually did, and one of the guys that subscribed to your Discord called you out on it. It was funny.
Well, I don't remember this. What do you?
You said I'm not interested in a role playing game that's a mix of AD&D and Call of Cthulhu.
Oh,
Okay.
And the guy was like, "So you're basically saying you don't want to play AD&D?" I was just laughing.
I mean, I play AD&D every Sunday. I probably keep going for another, maybe
Until
6
you
months
die.
or more.
It will only happen if someone breaks into your lair and puts a stake through your heart. He
I
probably
think
would.
I absolutely would, George. I could give you some examples, like in
That game exists. It's called Traveler.
right, or Pulp Cthulhu, or Amazing Adventures, or
Because Traveler, like what people think
Top
of
Secret.
Space Western, they always think Serenity and Firefly. And the rumor is that Firefly was based on Joss Whedon playing Traveler when he was younger.
I would need to hear him say that. I don't think he's ever had time to play a role playing game, to be honest.
What, you think he was out like doing shit when he was in middle school? Really?
But maybe I suppose. But I mean, he's been so busy for the last several decades.
Don't shadows just say the darndest things sometimes?
I will say, Shadow, you do have a habit of either having or believing you have greater insight into celebrities than the rest of us.
No, I just don't picture it. Plus when that rumor came out, that was the rumor. That was it. There was no like corroborating evidence. Not even like he said he did this or he said he did that. It's just
From
it's
what I
really-
understand, which you are totally right, Shadow could be absolute bullshit. it was one of the people who was close to him back in the day that said this. Now, did he come out and immediately be like, "Oh yeah," No, but why would he? He was too busy cheating on his Asian wife with that other Asian.
That'll keep you busy.
Are you sure he cheated, or he just weren't sure which one was which?
Nice.
But yeah,
Who you
but
can
yeah, that sounds
see-
like the same level as not the cheating, but like this. What they have played it. That sound like the same level as they say about the guy with Game of Thrones guy that like he played. That it really feels like he played what do you call it? Birthright.
right.
It sounds a little bit that same level. That like that there's a lot of similarities, but there is no concrete proof.
Well, R. Martin 100% played D&D.
Oh, that we know, yeah.
Now, whether he played Birthright or not, I do not know. But he did play D&D, and a long time ago, he did write a superhero book,
Yeah, the wild cards.
Wild Cards, where
And my friend Roger was actually one of the guest writers as well.
yeah, it was like they called them Wild Cards because that's how they ranked your power level.
Hmm.
Like if you were an ace, that would be like Superman level. But if you were like a jack, then that would be like,
Oh, okay, yeah, as in playing cards, gotcha.
yeah.
Took me a bit, sorry.
And apparently they were fighting off an alien invasion or some shit.
I mean, that is
Yeah,
the
well, that's
go-to
kind of where
for-
they got the powers or some such. I have the first book on my stack of books to read, but I just haven't gotten around to it.
I mean, it's probably all right because okay, so J. Martin's biggest issue, other than like the communist stuff and let's say the socialist stuff and so forth, is he's very inspired with his initial idea, but he can't follow up on it. The problem is just he's not paid as an amateur; he's paid as a professional. So,
Well, the good thing about Wild Cards is it's not long.
okay, so he did finish that one.
Well, there were several books. I don't know if like the last one left you hanging like other
Yeah,
things.
I don't know. I never read the last or any of them past the first one, really.
Yeah, I've got the first one. I'll read it one of these days. Just haven't
Just
been
don't
in
sit
that
in your
mood.
chair because you might fall asleep.
Oh, I
Before the 20
absolutely will.
minutes.
I literally have to go to the dinner table, to read now. Like if I need to read something
It's like you're studying for a freaking exam.
exactly. Because if I go on the couch and I grab a book,
just been like,
I grab a book. Although part of it could be my reading glasses. I'm getting a prescription pair of reading glasses that when I went to the optometrist or whatever, I could see there's a huge difference, and maybe that'll be better because like I'll wear these cheap ass readers, and I'll be laying on the couch reading, and I'll get maybe 5 pages. It's like I'm out. Just it's better to sleep.
That's just being an old man.
That's what I figured because it just started a couple of years ago. Because prior to meeting you guys, I used to.
I'll come out and sit on the couch to hang out with my wife. Next thing I know, she's waking me up. I'm snoring. Because, I mean, I sit there, get relaxed, boom, out.
Like before I met you guys, like before we did the channel, I used to read a paperback book every day. Every fucking day.
Well, I guess you can blame us for this then.
No, because I just hit a certain age, what was it, like 50-ish.
1,000 years old.
And from that point on, just I'm out. I don't even think I was using reading glasses before I met you.
It was probably extra difficult to you also because most modern books are not written in like Babylonian cuneiform. So then you had to relearn a whole language.
I learned English a long, long time ago.
Oh yeah, Shadow. Yeah, I have a question. The cover dealer A, eller EA, what do you call it? Was he a scammer or did he keep those records to in case he got sued?
Who?
The cover dealer EA.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know what that means. So basically, some of the most oldest surviving Babylonian text is from a copper dealer where people complained about the quality of his copper. And yeah, So I wanted to know if you knew the guy, if it was
No,
because
no.
he was a scammer, or was it like in case he got sued?
I didn't know the guy.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Just in cross paths. I dealt mostly in silver, so
What's crazy
Okay,
is
so you're
in
not
the
a vampire.
Babylonian
Gotcha.
mythology, if you read a lot of that old school Babylonian, Sumerian, whatever mythology,
which I have.
they mention Noah, but they don't call him Noah.
Yeah.
They call him like, some weird Babylonian name. But yeah, they talk about how the whole world floods and then somebody sees like one boat going across the way.
I mean, there are
Like a
different
gigantic boat.
mythologies that does that, and the cope is just that, like, how to say that the Hebrews or the Israelite and so forth, that they just stole it from other mythologies. Some and the way I think it is like, no, it happened all concurrently. It's just that the Israelite just wrote it down later because they had an oral tradition. That's my take on it.
And your take could be right. So, Shadow, tell me why you wouldn't want to play a priest of Set.
As an NPC, no problem, but as a character, no. I just don't. I don't play clerics ever. It's just no fun for me. It's just, I'm not into it.
Except priests aren't really like clerics; they function more like magic users.
Right? No, it's the whole getting my power from another being. That to me that's like if I screw up, in a certain kind of way, I get cut off from all my power. Whereas if I'm a magic user, a sorcerer, like a wizard, not a sorcerer. Yeah, it's a sorcerer, magic user. They're all the freaking same thing to me. But at some point, Wizards of the Coast turned it into something different. But if I'm
There is a lot of people who say that what do you call it? Sorcerer should just be a variant magic user. But yes, go ahead.
yeah, the idea that I could just do magic because I want to, not because I studied, to me that's just lazy and bullshit for those people who don't want to do the work. If my character is studied and learned the formulas and knows how to do the magic, that's cool. That can't be taken away because I say the wrong thing or believe the wrong thing. I can go into an area where it doesn't work, or someone could put a thing on me so it doesn't work. But if I've done everything it takes to learn the spells, I want to be able to do the spells. I don't need somebody's permission, and I don't want somebody's permission if I'm gonna do that as a character.
Well, I mean, the one thing is, by the time you piss the set off enough that he's going to remove your ability to cast spells, you will probably have been crucified on the Tree of Woe.
There's that too. Plus, I don't mind playing the bad guys, as the DM, to challenge them and give them a thing to fight against, or whatever. But to be that guy that's serving something that isn't, like every time I've ever played a cleric, my first question is, who's the most powerful god, the god of all goodness and the creator of the universe? And the DM goes, oh well, we don't have one of those. Well, I'm not playing with cleric then. Why would I serve anything but the Most High? That's just dumb.
Well, you could be neutral and play a priest of Set.
Yeah, but Set's an asshole.
Yeah.
I don't usually play characters that are basically bent on destroying the universe ultimately. And
Not
that's
even
what
if they're
those guys,
willing to give you like a lot of power
nope,
to help them out.
because he's still going to destroy me.
But it won't matter though, because then you'll get to go to whatever paradise he has waiting for you.
They don't share power, and they don't reward you; they use you, right?
Shadow, you sound very set in your ways.
I kind of am. I like playing paladins. What's
Really?
up? I like playing good guys, but every once in a while I'll play a scoundrel, knowing that I'm going to try to become a good guy later. just so I have that arc and so that my character's story, when I tell it later, if I ever tell it, goes
So you
somewhere
don't want to
instead
go
of,
to bed at night with your character praying the sun never rises again.
yeah, that's not me.
Because I mean, part of Set or Apep's thing, right, was consuming the sun.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun for me. I like the sun, despite what people think.
Well, then maybe you could worship Helios, who is literally the sun and is very popular amongst the Greeks.
But is he the supreme being?
I'm going to have to tell you something here. You may not want to hear, but all of these gods on Hyperborea, every damn one of them pretty much thinks they're the supreme being. What's
Right,
up,
but if there is an acknowledged or in the GM's canon, if there is one, then that's the one I would follow. And they usually
Well,
don't do
a
that.
lot of the cultists seem to claim that Azatoth, the Sultan or the nuclear chaos, is the supreme being from which all reality and everything originates.
Yeah, I don't buy that. But I mean, if that's what the
I'm
GM
just
said,
telling you what the end game cultists say.
Mhm.
I mean, are you looking for, like, I don't know, how about Odin? You could worship Odin.
So Shadow, I have a question, and this is a little bit of hypothetical because you're also gonna go a little too into how my setting works. So my setting does have like a creator like that, but they use a principality system where, like, how should we say, every nation have their own church where there are gods who like serves that deity.
Mhm.
Would you serve one of those deities knowing that you serve the hierarchy of that god?
If there was no other way to serve the big guy,
I mean, the idea is you are serving him through the hierarchy.
right? But there's no organized, official.
I mean, everyone prays to him too. It's just there is no cleric of him. He does it through what do you call it? His principalities.
Which would be Adventure Conquer King and the Seven Ethereals.
Right? Or
Okay,
kinda
that
like,
one I
kinda
forgot
like
about.
we Bear
They
does too,
work
I
for a
think.
greater god, but they're the ones that come down
Here's the thing:
to help humanity.
I've always lived by this particular adage: the world hates
What?
the world hates a middleman. Is there any way I can talk to the manager
Oh my god! So your character's a
But the
Karen.
manager is not the owner, though.
or the owner? That's what I should have said. If there's an owner, if there's a top dog, I talk to him.
Well, there is no top dog in Hyperborea, as far as anyone knows.
Right. I mean, there could be, and I've actually had games where clerics, found the supreme being, along the way or what have you. But the whole, uh, you know,
Well, it's like I told you, my wife's character, who is a Viking, believes in the Asgardians,
Hmm.
which means that the Vikings who live in Vikland hate her guts because they consider her to be a heretic for not worshiping the frost god Emir or Emer, right? And then, like I was saying earlier, you were on. There are some people who worship Raven as a trickster, blah, 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 right?
Mhm.
But then there's other people that have noted that Raven oftentimes appears as two ravens. And so those people think Raven is actually Hugin and Mugen doing whatever the will of Odin is, right? Every deity in Hyperborea, there's a lot more to it than just it's this. Like I said, the serpent Yig is also called Set, is also called Apep. Apollo is sometimes
Yeah,
called.
if you're going to run gods in a pantheon, even if there's just a couple of them and they're not connected or whatever, they should be doing all kinds of crazy shit in the background and have multiple irons in the fire, so to speak. It shouldn't be all about the player character. Is the the only cleric to that god, and it's all about them. There should be other crap going on in the world. They need to earn uh, a significant place of power, in the clerical hierarchy, before.
Well, the problem with the Asgardians is there's maybe 900 people on the whole damn plane that worship them.
Right.
Whereas there's tens of thousands of people who say F those guys, they're weak.
Sure.
So that becomes an issue, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, because it's
And
kind of like
Ig might only be called Set if you're an Ixian, which are basically people derived from.
that's one of the reasons why I don't do resurrect, because whatever.
Oh, you'll never guess which class gets Resurrect.
I would nix it from the game immediately.
Yeah,
It's not going to happen.
I'm talking about which class actually gets it.
I wouldn't even know where to guess.
Necromancer. And they also have a spell that's a bit lower level called Find Corpse.
So yeah, on a completely unrelated note, I can see it's climbing towards 11 p.m. So I'm gonna jump out for now and do some chores.
Okay.
You do that.
Yeah, you guys have a great one, and thank you for having on, James.
Yeah. We'll talk to you soon, Dean.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
You too.
So I don't know. You want to play? You want to play in a monotheism then?
Well, it's like this.
Which is cool because my homebrew setting was a monotheism.
I it's like this. Going back to the resurrect, if there was a resurrect spell, right, and you get resurrected, right, the god, whatever god that is, does that, and then the very next day game you get killed again. To me, that seems retarded.
Well, it's going to be because your constitution is going to go down by 1, and that means that your con shock is going to go down. And every time you're resurrected, you have to make that shock roll, system shock roll, or you don't come back.
No, it wasn't
Which
looking
means
at that.
eventually you will get to the point to where you
Well,
can't.
it's like this. Why would the deity resurrect you if it already knew you were going to die the next day?
This is a
Wouldn't the deity-
salient point that I'm going to have to disarm you of. The deities of fantasy worlds don't know the future.
Why not? That's part of being a god,
No, it's not.
or at least it's part of being a certain level of god.
Nope.
Well, then,
The only god that might have known the future from the old days would have been Odin, and he had to rip his own right eye out and throw it in a well and hang from a tree. And that only gave him the power to read runes, which could, tell him what a possible future was.
well, see, here's the
They were
thing.
not omniscient.
Uh,
None of the ancient gods were omniscient.
well, the way I see it, any game that has the precognition ability,
Yeah, but precognition is not omniscience.
no. But if player characters can have that, then the gods would have that at a more advanced level, or some gods might. And
Your opinions on how things should work are very mechanical
and
and not very esoteric.
That's just what that's me.
Right. I wasn't saying that in a negative way. I was saying that you're looking for logical reasons for something to be when we're talking about completely illogical things.
Here's the thing.
Set never could know what the future was. Neither did Osiris or Isis.
But there would be there would be a god that would.
And there is a god that can. But guess what? A lot of people may not like playing in a campaign where that god exists.
There has to be a creator.
There is one. And a lot of people don't want to play in a game where that god exists.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't imagine You literally want to play in a game that uh, to me doesn't make any sense in the end.
All
You
right.
know?
Let me ask you a question, because I find talking to you incredibly enlightening, and it gives me a lot to think about, even though 99% of the time I find that you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
Who created the Hyborian world that Conan lived in?
God.
But no one worshipped him.
No, because Jesus hadn't come around and straightened things out. That didn't
Okay.
mean he wasn't still there.
So now let's say my Hyborian game. Everything and everyone in my Hyborian game was created by, our God.
Mhm.
But it's super in the future, and no one knows our God even exists anymore. So they're worshiping basically aliens and weird shit.
I would honestly, I would do it the exact opposite. Is that it's very 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 old. It happened in the past.
What happened in the past?
The Hyborian. I realize it can't because, well, I mean, I guess it could, but the game that you're talking about, for me, it would have happened millions of years ago, and be
Yeah, it
happening.
happened millions of years, maybe even longer in the future. Our
Well,
yellow sun is now a red giant. Any life
I would
that
have
may
I
have
would
been
have
on
the
Earth
game take
is
place.
now dead.
I would have the game take place in the past because, for the most part, in every game I've ever run and will ever run, there is always going to be the god, the big guy,
Which,
always.
which means you like playing in a monotheistic game.
Absolutely. I mean, well, there are other gods
And I don't have any negative thing to say, because, like I said, the Kaliningrad campaign I ran for many, many years had one church and one God, which they referred to as the Father God or the Creator God.
right, and everything else is either angels or demons.
Well, mostly demons, yeah.
Right, right.
Which is
Because
why
I
druids in my game were always evil.
it's almost
Because
impossible.
these supposed nature spirit gods were not nature spirit gods; they were demons.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even my D&D game that I run now, there are uh, lesser gods, but everybody knows there's a big guy. There's a creator, and you could serve him or not. You could serve, light or darkness.
Okay, in my game there were saints, and you were absolutely able to say a prayer to a saint or to ask for the intercession of a saint in certain things. But everyone, basically, you either worshiped at the church or you got burnt. That was kind of how that went.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do.
There were no lesser gods. There was one
I
god
do have a kind of.
and a bunch of demons that pretended to be gods.
I do have the ability to run what you'd have to call like an alternate universe, alternate dimensions. But there's still a guy who created all the alternate dimensions, who's ultimately good. And there are in other worlds and other universes or dimensions where you're going to have, a different system of gods and lesser gods, demons and angels, and that sort of thing. But they tend to be um, those gods tend to be just angels or demons that have been given permission or have rebelled and decided to do things differently than the way they supposedly do things here.
Well, I mean, the chief god of the humans in Hyperborea, the Sagua, is literally an alien that came from someplace, landed on Saturn, hung out on Saturn for a while, and then decided to do his thing. He's not God, he's an alien. Tulu, who the Eskimo from Greenland worship, He's an alien. He's not a god. Yig is not a god, which means Set is not a god. They are aliens, cosmic horrors, whatever. So pretty much all of the gods that they give you in the Hyperborean Player's Guide, really none of them are gods. Not one of them. But they are all like infinitely, almost completely powerful alien beings that can, work with believers to, get shit done, and will occasionally help their believers out. In
But who created the aliens and why?
What?
Who created those aliens and why?
Well, I would say God did. And why? God only knows.
Well, since you're, interpreting the world and putting those things in it for him, what would be the reason?
Well, perhaps they're not aliens, they're actual demons that are pretending to be gods, like you said.
Because most people when they think about like demons, they really kind of
Cthulhu is a demon.
Yeah, most people think they're these little tiny things that can be defeated. You know what I mean? And from my understanding, they're pretty freaking powerful.
Well, we do know that at least once in Lovecraft's books, Cthulhu came out of the ground, out of the ocean, started being a jerk, and then got stuck right back under the ocean.
Right.
Because rituals and stuff can't affect them. Now, Tsagwa, he mostly just sleeps in a cave because he's really lazy. That's kind of his thing, He finds a nice cave and he just sleeps in it. And sometimes his worshipers bring him a human sacrifice to eat, but whatever, He's generally not going to jump up and run you down. That's not a thing with him. The elk god may in fact be the Hyborian version of Cernunnos, the Irish god, horned god. That's why I'm telling you, it's like there's all these the thing that makes it interesting to me, and hey, maybe this will influence one of your AD&D games, is the fact that these deities only exist, really, most of them, because people who have been sucked through time and space to this weird alien realm brought the idea of them, and then over thousands of years, and almost going extinct at least once, this is what they came up with,
So do you do the thing where a person or an idea of a person can become a deity? Like
No.
the divine ascension.
Not in the homebrew world. Hell no. You might at best become a saint. You might earn a icon and a shrine somewhere. And maybe some other character in the future will go to the icon of so-and-so and ask for intervention in a very specific thing that saint did.
Gotcha.
But no, there's one deity who has his holy chorus of helpers, and then every single other god on the entire planet is just a demon pretending. So that is why in my campaign world, druids are always evil. Even if they don't know, they are. Because they think they're out in the woods worshiping the spirit of the oak. No, that's a demon. And that's why there are some people affiliated with the church who do nothing but hunt druids down and burn their sacred groves. And, sometimes they bring them in and try to explain to them where they went wrong. Other times, they just burn them. However, magic in my homebrew campaign game, by its very nature, is evil. non-clerical magic. So in order to be a mage and function within the Tsardom, you have to have went to school, got checked out by priests and powerful magicians, and if you manage to survive all the tests and everything like that to prove that you weren't just going to be possessed by the first demon that came up on you,
Right.
and only then might you receive your chain that has a medallion on it that shows anyone who asks you that you are in fact a sanctioned mage.
Mhm.
If you don't have that and they catch you using magic, guess what happens? Right to the stake.
I was going to say, off with your head.
Right to the stake. No, fire is what they use for everything. Why would they cut your head off when they can just chuck you in a big fucking fire? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, time management or something, you know?
No, the chucking of heads, that's something that like nobles might do to people who committed non-religious crimes. You know, like you attempted a coup, you're going to get your head cut off. And generally only if the person who's getting their head cut off is also a noble. If you're a peasant, you're getting hanged. And probably in groups of 10. You know what I mean? They're going to build a giant gibbet and they're just going to hang everyone, right? But the nobles won't get hanged. They'll be beheaded because it's considered a more honorable way to die. But heretics and demon worshippers and shit like that go right to the fire. Do not
It makes sense. That's where they're going anyway. So
Yeah, I ran this campaign for 10 years.
what's up, Daniel?
Daniel Berry, happy. I'm not happy. The Chiefs lost the last game I watched. Detroit lost, I think. Every team I picked to win lost, Daniel. It's a bad day. Yeah, they're only alien to us as we are to them. Well, yeah, but a lot of these aliens that people worship in this game, quickly, they're the same creatures that H.P. Lovecraft writes about. So it's like they're aliens, but they're aliens that came into existence when the universe was forming. Like the Sagawa, when he originally arrived on Earth, Earth was still a volcanic ball of burning bullshit with no life on it whatsoever. And then he found a cave and went to sleep. And when he decided to crawl his ass out of the cave and have a peekaboo, there was all kinds of animals and humans and shit on it. But when he landed, the Earth hadn't even formed yet, really. But as powerful as he is, that shit wouldn't kill him. So he just, went to bed. The king of the fire vampires, same thing. The fire vampires used to rule Earth when Earth was nothing but a big magma-covered bunch of bullshit. All right. My wife is off work. So, Shadow, you know what that means.
Yeah, time for your dinner and time for me to make dinner.
I got to run.
No worries.
And it was,
talking to you.
I really do enjoy our back and forths about this. I learn a lot.
I know. Me too.
learn a lot.
Me too.
And hopefully some of the people watching, they're learning things too,
I'm getting good responses on the Gonzo question I posed this morning. Hopefully you and Bloodwork will chime in there. Because I'm trying to get some ideas and set up some guardrails and, where to and not to go in my upcoming game. Because I want some crazy shit, that isn't, like a million other games out there.
Well, it turns out that my guardrails are the exact same guardrails as Bloodworth's guardrails. So
I must have missed that part this morning.
We've both decided to begin the characters somewhere in the city of Cromorium, which is the largest city on the Hex.
Mm-hmm.
And the first multitude of adventures that they're going to get drawn into will be urban adventures. And then once they've kind of did some stuff in the city and explored maybe the ruined parts and maybe went into the sewers, who knows what's going to end up happening. At that point, if they want to journey out of the swamp gate and head into the Celtic lands and get caught up in some shit, they can do it. But the first 3 or 4 levels will definitely be in the capital city. And I think that'll be good because then that will, one, it keeps them in an area that I can, know what's going on.
Mhm.
And 2, it lets them, through role playing, learn more about the world by asking NPCs about shit.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody wants to get the hell out of the first town they're in as quick as possible. Where
Well, Gomorium is basically Lankhmar. It's a gigantic port, mile across, maybe, surrounded by peat bogs and even oil, like where actual oil has bubbled up and formed like tar pits and lakes and stuff. So wandering through the peat bogs is actually very dangerous if you get off the road, which is an elevated road that leads up to what they call the lands of Lug or Lug. And that, of course, is where the Celts live.
right.
Maybe named after Lulem Vada, and they don't even know they did it. But yeah. Oh, did I show you this?
I don't think so. Nice.
It's called a direwolf. And for some reasons, it's got a gigantic, just totally Titan killing weapon, like a volcano cannon or
Right.
laser destructor. And then it's got 2 super rapid fire mega bolt guns. And they sometimes operate in packs of 2.
Mhm.
And sometimes they lead.
You didn't magnetize your weapons, huh?
Oh, no, I never do.
Oh, okay. I did with all mine.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to use. I know for a fact I'm not going to use some of the lame ass shit that comes in this. Like
I
this guy-
I found that more so than swapping. You know what I like most about magnetizing? Articulation.
Yeah, taking it apart and painting it. Well, I've got the
No,
articulation.
and not just that, but like I even articulate the waist so that I could turn them. Just
But
cause.
look at that. That guy's got a big ass gun.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
Well,
No wonder
that's
he's
a
hunched
different
over,
guy.
man. It's like makes it look like he's like hunched over because the thing's so damn heavy.
See? Boom.
Nope,
Oh,
the other
no,
way.
this way. Boom.
Nice.
They are. The direwolf chassis had to be reinforced so the feet are different. And there's some differences structurally so that they could carry all that extra weight. And
Oh,
of
man.
course, the power cell to actually, power that shit. And then, of course, and again, you're right. I didn't magnetize stuff because I'm a noob. Here is my Reaver with chain blade and gigantic freaking melt-a-gun and
You see
then
that?
laser destroyer on the top. And then my other Reaver, which has some kind of ultra badass Gatling cannon, a power fist,
I knew you were going to go with the power fist. I just knew it. And
and a rocket launcher.
I'll have to break out some of my old metal ones if I can find them.
Yeah, they look tiny compared to these. And then, of course,
The Warlord.
the Warlord with 2 plasma devastators and 2 laser destroyers. And it's also got some built-in heavy bolters. And there's 2 las cannons facing backwards, etc., etc. And they have another one I don't have yet, maybe, called the
Big. Christmas is around the corner.
Warlord Nemesis. And it's basically the Imperial Titan, the one that had
The
the
Imperator.
church on it, but it don't have the church on it. But otherwise, that's what it looks just like. And it's got a giant gun pointing up that's supposed to be able to shoot down, ships in low orbit. And it's got all these cannons sticking off of it that are AA.
That was literally like freaking Gonzo. That walking fortress was just full on Gonzo. Nice.
Ghost.
Nice. Yeah, I had some fun painting up some ghostly apparitions this Halloween. With the right colors, you can really get an amazing effect. That looks familiar. Is that a Reaper miniature?
No, it's a 3D print. I wish it would focus in. There it is.
There you go.
It's just a goth chick hanging out in a graveyard. But
Doing
the
gothy
fact that
shit.
there's like a bottle and a glass and stuff. She could be a vampire.
Yeah. Knowing the goth chicks I knew, no, she's just gonna get some dude drunk and fuck his brains out right there on a grave.
Been there, done that. Anyway,